shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant!
Judgment, Aslı.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And I see a bunch of people in here tonight. It's good to see all of you. I see Rogue, and Rogue, thanks for dropping the link. I see Margaret, Trishy, Aries, Show Poodles, Chaz D. Good to see all of you guys. I have Stephanie Svoboda, Prayer Warrior, Brenda Sue. Both of our Lories are here tonight. I see both of you Lories here, spelled differently. And then I see the Hen House, Crochet, Connie S. Good to see you, Connie S. Forget Me Not, Carla, Meow, Lil Miss Sharon. I saw Forrest in here. And thank you so much, Trishy. That was so nice of you, your kind comments. I saw those. Baba Rose, good to see you, Baba Rose. And Crochet, I saw your comment about the 3 a.m. newspaper delivery. It is a plausible thought, right? But I don't think so, SF. I don't think so. And Southern Soul True Crime is here, and I saw Deanna Downey. So good to see all of you. Hey, Napanoch Father, good to see you. I see Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, so good to see you. Oh, no. Oh, gosh, yes. Did you watch the one that I posted, or was it a different one? Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Was the one? Hey, Seven True, good to see you. Is it the one that I kind of added my own little memes and stuff to, or was it the actual call from Clue? Because that one was like, oh, that one made me so mad. Okay. Oh, good, good. So you kind of had a little bit of comic relief, like real comic relief. Some things that were actually funny, not making fun of other people. Although I did give Chris Proudfoot a hard time in that one, I gotta admit that much. But and it's so good to see all of you guys. I didn't put together a whole lot of clips for tonight, and the reason is I'm working on something special for two cases we're going to do a comparison on. So I just wanted to kind of let you guys know that we're not going to do a whole lot of clips, but I figured we would talk some true crime and just kind of discuss some of the things in Sebastian Rogers' case. We always find something good to talk about. So I figured we wouldn't be too bad off. But with all the pictures that I was getting in and going over, I figured I would put together kind of a little video for you guys that I showed in the beginning there. And I'll post it too. But just to kind of, put something nice out there. I really don't think that, I think we were hearing back today that the picture in Missouri is a nothing burger. So that's kind of a bit a bit of a bummer, right? I mean, we were hoping, I know that a lot of us were skeptical. Some people were completely saying no, no, no. Some people were saying definitely yes. And other people, hate crafting and true crime, good to see you. Other people were, kind of on the fence like I was. I was like, anything's possible, but then again, skeptical. So I don't think that that's going to go anywhere, unfortunately, as we would have hoped that it would have. So, but either way, he's still out there, and we're still looking. And I wish that we had a little bit better idea of better pictures, I should say. I'm beating around the bush, guys. Because I don't want to play the blame game. I think that in life is so short, right? And we don't realize it sometimes until a moment passes us by or something happens and we can't really do much about it, right? So I think there's probably some regret associated with the pictures and things like that. I just wish that we had just more up-to-date pictures. I try to put them kind of in chronological order, starting with just the cute baby pictures. Sebastian was just the cutest little baby. He looks a lot like when he was little, except for his hair keeps kind of getting darker, right? And his features are getting older, of course. Hey, Meg, good to see you. Good to see you. And so, we noticed that, but I would really like to have seen probably more pictures. The birthday picture when he's standing in front of the trophy. So that one was from December 2023. So that one is more up to date. And then the Texas Roadhouse picture is a little bit more up to date too. But I like Sebastian's shirt in this one, so that's why I chose it for the background tonight, because I like that what it says, refuse to quit. And he's smiling real big too, so that's always nice to see. But I did want to put in the other pictures because they're all cute, right? And then just kind of do some nice music with it. Hey, Cece, good to see you. I don't take near as many pictures as I should. I've been trying very hard to stay in the moment, and pictures aren't the first thing I think about. I know. Well, that's kind of how I am too. And especially when you didn't grow up like having that kind of technology at your fingertips all the time, we did learn to kind of stay in the moment and enjoy things as they are, and not really snap as many pictures and things like that. And then I think, and the dads out there can let me know, but like usually moms are the ones that have all the pictures, right? We have like every single picture. So that was another thing that was probably difficult. And then a lot of times, like back in the day before, selfies and stuff was popular, you almost would, sometimes whoever was taking the pictures the most, you wouldn't be in a lot of pictures. And I noticed that, as my daughter was growing up, I would always take pictures of her and her dad like all the time, but like there was barely any with just me, until we figured out the selfie, right? And then then everybody gets to be in the picture. So it's kind of funny like that. So I understand what you're saying, Prayer Warrior. And I think it's good to do both. I think it's good to remember to take pictures because they're so important. It really does help, with memories and stuff like that. But a lot of us have good memories that nobody um, really would know about unless we told them. So some of those are more special than a picture. It's just that the picture can, kind of remind us, and then others can see it. But Napanoch Father says, born in 1991. I could not imagine growing up as a kid today with all this technology. Exactly. And, I think we did stay a lot more in the moment, and we enjoyed things a little bit more because, you go to snap a picture on your phone and then you're like, oh, I'm going to check my Facebook, and then, oh, look what's on X. And you have all these like notifications that could really distract you from even witnessing a moment that could pass you by. And life's so short. Life is so short. And so, yeah, it's just hard. So I hear that, Napanoch Father. I'm older than you, but it's still that generation where you guys didn't have to, you don't have to worry about the technology as much, as we do now, because it's just right there. It's hard not to. I'm the worst with my phone. I'm always on there doing a project or putting something together, reading something. You name it. And then don't get me started on like the match games and stuff, because I like to play those. Yeah, see, Roga. That's, yep, I'm the 80s lady. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, my husband is more of a picture taker. Oh, that's cool though. See, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says her husband takes the pictures. As the kids get older though, they start hiding from the camera, but they're still managed to get in a few good ones. Yeah, and that's the funny thing too. I like to take pictures too when kind of people aren't really looking. I noticed that, like, especially even like my daughter's birthday parties growing up, I'd like go around snapping pictures and everybody would be doing different things, and so I enjoy that. But that's funny that he likes to take the pictures and then the kids hide, because you're right, they do. Like around probably like 13, 14, my daughter was in that phase where she was like, I have a bunch of pictures of her doing that, and I'm like, dang it, and then you got to sneak one in, and then you just like creepy, and they're like, oh, why are you doing that and everything. You're like, because you won't let me take a picture of you. And and Mama May says, OMG, SF is on the news about the missing girl in Dominican Republic, like he's a joke. Why you guys believe him? He's out for the money. And I got a clip of it. Sad, sad, sad. Oh no. Yeah. I did hear about that young woman, and it's really, really sad. I know he's just kind of trying to latch onto a different case. I mean, which is really sad because he hasn't done anything, in my opinion, to really like help um, make anything better in this case. So I don't know. I don't know anybody that would trust that guy, but yeah. Oh, it is called Justice Denied. And I know I didn't erase it, did I? Oh, take it out. Here we go. Yes, this is Jana's book right here, guys. And that's another thing that I'm working on too, is getting out the next chapters so we can do our members only. So, and then of course I need to get back together with Jana and just figure out what time works out for her, because she is just such a great gal, guys. She's out there always searching for justice, doing it, doing it all, doing the most. For her sister Crystal's case. And yes, you can get it on Amazon. You can do it through barnesandnoble.com. There's also your Apple book in the Apple store. You can do that too. Thank you so much for dropping the links, guys. Yeah, and it's an amazing book. It's a short read. The only reason it takes me a long time is because, sometimes I don't like the way it sounds, or I'm like, oh, I want to put more inflection there, or da 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 da. So I'm always like, my biggest critic. But I want it to be very nice for you guys all to listen to, and of course I want to put some good video with it, because it'll keep you on the edge of your seat. Just with how it's written, very, very well written. But yeah, and it's 155 pages. So like I said, it's a very nice quick read. And I think you guys will enjoy it. And then if you go to my first part, there's also links there. So if y'all are thinking about it later on, let me see here. Oh no, I gotta go to this one. I'll tell you the name of it because I want to make sure I get the exact title, which yuck, yuck, yuck. I don't know my own titles here. So, there we go. So justice denied, a sister's fight for, yes. So it's the whole title. I wanted to make sure I did put it in there. No, hello everyone. Okay, yes. And it does say the part one. So Justice Denied, a Sister's Fight for Justice, the First 2 Years, part one by Jana Gajewski-Laudiger. And yes, and then I put all the links there, resources as well, guys, because that's really important to just remember that there's a lot out there. Hey Sasha, good to see you. There's a lot out there that there's a lot of people to talk to, right? And a lot of ways to kind of break free of a relationship like that, because it is hard, especially when you're such a loving, caring, beautiful soul like Crystal was. I mean, it's just she just loved everybody that was her family, right? She gave them everything she had, and that's what happens sometimes. And it's unfortunate when we meet the wrong people, and it happens to men too. But this one's just, about it happening to a lady named Crystal McCrory Jones. So we're kind of trying to X the Jones out a little bit, but you will still see it written there. And I changed it on our scroll too. So yeah, thanks, Rogue. And good to see you, Lady V. I like your 4-leaf clovers. We just had St. Patty's Day too. I forgot to do like a St. Patrick's Day post, guys. I'm sorry about that. I'm horrible. And I should have probably done one with them, like putting the river green or something like that. But either way. But yes, and like I said, the book is, I'm trying to think, I haven't looked either. But you can do, hey Maleficent, good to see you. You could do, no worries about being late. That's fine. I was late today too, a little bit, because I was like kind of trying to get all this stuff together for a comparison and that sort of thing. So it's going to be really good. I think you guys will enjoy it. And then, yeah, those are the things that are most definitely coming out right away. So we'll be working on that. I'm going to try to get a couple of chapters in, and then also I want to kind of work on getting that video together. So probably, I would say by probably Saturday or Sunday for that. But I have kind of a sneak peek for the main deep dive that should be ready by tomorrow for Summer Sebastian, right? So, and then of course, if good to see you too, Sasha. But yeah, so if you guys have any type of excuse me, if you guys have any type of cases that you kind of want me to look at, or if there's anything new out there. I know there was a young lady here in Florida that had met, she was a 16-year-old, and she met a 35-year-old man on the internet and a dating website. And he had already like a wife girlfriend situation, live-in situation. And there was a piece of jewelry missing, and they ended up dismembering this young woman and disposing of her all over. Like, they don't really know which landfills she may be in, which they think that she may have been put in a dumpster. Very, very sad story where grandma was, caregiver, and the young woman was, running away quite frequently, to the point where grandma was like, I really don't report her missing unless I don't see her for more than a certain amount of time, which is really scary. The internet and the dating websites are scary for adults, but let alone for, young girls that, really don't know kind of how to protect themselves or keep themselves safe, especially from like an older person who might not have the best of intentions, you know. So I was thinking about talking about that case maybe one day. Oh, I'm doing great, doing great. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, did you see the news clip I sent from the girl? Oh, you know what? No, I did not. I'll have to look in my email for that one. I did not. I am so bad, guys. I did not check my emails at all today. Like at all, at all. Sometimes I'll go in there and just, peek and answer back a couple of them. No, but okay, found from Georgia and found in Tennessee. I will have to go look at that. Yeah, because I would like to start talking about a few more. And another person is Harmony Montgomery. And I have all of her information. I just have to put it all together. But it's difficult because there was a lot that came out at her trial. And we're expected to believe her stepmom, right? So that part is very hard because some of it maybe to cover her own butt, some of it, and she had several different stories, right? She had many, many, many different stories about what happened. And she came in and lied to the police a couple times too. And Prayer Warrior says, Connie S., thank you so much for mentioning the bell. I look for it membership settings, but oh, cool. Oh, awesome, Prayer Warrior. That's great. Oh, okay. Somebody sent me something about Fox and Friends video. Okay. And I know we watched that one. Someone thought that wasn't Chris that went to that interview. They thought it was another person, which I thought that was interesting. Oh, Sasha, that's so sweet. Yeah. I know, and it's hard. It is hard. I try not to. Well, in this one, there were some new pictures that had come out, ones that I've never seen before. Anyway, a lot of them I've had or used in my videos and things like that. But there were a few that had come out, and I figured, like the one with him and Chris fishing. Chris doesn't ever look like he's in the best, spirits. Some guys are like that though. I know like some guys will take a picture and they'll like make a face like it, not a smile or whatever. And it's like, come on, smile. But that one. And then there were a couple with Katie, that I put in there. And I didn't want to make anything, about the case. I just kind of wanted to put them in there. But I understand people's frustrations behind it. Trust me, I do. I got a lot of the frustrations out on a phone call today when I was talking on the phone. So, I was able to get that out and, but it's hard. It is. Yeah, he was a ham. He's a ham. Yeah. Yeah. I was really hoping that too, and I just thought it would be neat to just kind of put something nice together, just without any of the silliness that I add or sarcastic remarks that I can add in there. I just figured it'd be nice to put it. It's just something nice for Sebastian, a little tribute thing to put together, and I really enjoyed seeing the newer pictures. I know that they're not from when he is around the same age. A lot of them were when he was younger, but that's okay. It's kind of nice to see those, and then of course we saw a lot of like the younger pictures of Sebastian or videos of him. So, I think it's good to get his story out. Say maybe somebody that never heard about the case before might see his growing up, right? And it just kind of gives somebody a better idea of like, we're looking for this little person who grew up into be a 15-year-old person, and he needs to be found. Like he went missing, and now that's the end of the pictures that we have, it sucks. Meow says, I sent you one tonight about the watch time. Oh, thank you, Meow. That's great, because I still have the watch, guys. I still have the watch on here, and I don't know why I can't erase it. You know how I feel about that Yellow Jacket guy. I don't like that guy. He's very suspicious to me. And I don't know if I'm being ridiculous or if I'm like, if there's a reason, but there's something that is just not right about that guy. I mean, I just think he had his picture on the phone. And Pray Warrior says Oakley Carlson is still missing. Washington, such a sad case. Oakley Carlson. Okay. Okay, well, we will look her up too. Yeah, I think so too, Michelle. I do. Good to see you, Michelle. Yeah, I think so too. The only reason she got away with doing what she did was because, she told on Adam. That's the only reason. If she wouldn't have told on Adam, then, but you could tell she was very reluctant in telling on him, still loved him and everything like that. And I do believe that there was proof that she was battered by him. Of course, he was a mean guy. He had teardrop tattoo. I mean, just a real piece, right? But what they did to Harmony was terrible, and I think that she had a bigger hand in it. I think she just covered her own ass, which, self-preservation. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says it's a good one to compare to Sebastian. She was found alive. Oh, okay. Okay, good. Yeah, I'll definitely look into that Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Yeah, it's just there's a lot of similarities in a lot of these cases, right? Because we'll see a lot of the same dynamics are present. You'll see things like CPS is involved. You'll see that maybe there was a problem in the marriage, right? Just because nobody's life is perfect. Everybody goes through stuff. Everybody has things that go wrong, right? You think that things are going right, or you think that things might go as planned, but then they don't, or something bad happens, or maybe there's a traumatic event or something like that. But many times in the missing child cases, we will see kind of those elements of abuse too. Like they were being mistreated for a while before it all happened. And that's the saddest part, because those are like the red flags. But we were talking the other night about how typically it'll take a long time for action to be taken. It's almost like they wait for something bad to happen, and then they take action, and then they're like, oh, we better get these people. Well, it's kind of too late then, right? Because there's a child missing. So that's one thing where I get really frustrated with, particularly in Sebastian's case. It's because there was just so many times where they missed an opportunity to fix things or take him away from things. Yeah, I understand that too, Sasha. I do. He does look like a crabby ass Lori. Totally. Totally. It's like, would you smile, please? Did you guys have fun? You're fishing, right? Fun, right? Nope, not really. Um, Michelle Scott says, I don't think CP likes kids, period. And in your opinion, yeah, thank you for saying that too. Thanks, Trishy. I don't think so either. It just, even his own daughter. I mean, she's just beautiful, isn't she? She's just a cute little girl, and just precious. When she was first born, we get to see her in the picture that he has, with her. She looks like a newborn in that one, and just precious, and the only one that he has, so you would think. But I have a feeling that he doesn't really, because I watched a video, I shared it too, but it was of Chris being like, I don't have any, gosh, how did he put it? He put it like, I don't have time to grieve because I got to work and I got to take care of my family and I got to do this and I got to do that. And I understand that sometimes, guys feel that way, that they have to be the strong one, right? I get it. I get what his point was, maybe, but it's just like the selfishness behind it, and then also it just seems like he just doesn't really care to have compassion or care for other people or think about other people other than himself, and it's very frustrating. Um, and Forrest says, "What is the story that's going on with Turtle Island, Dolly and Chris? I don't do that." Those kinds of channels. So I don't either. Like I used to follow Dolly, but then whenever I enhanced that photo and he was being really rude about it, I just unfriended him on Facebook and everything. Like I was like, okay, I won't watch you anymore. And I don't know a whole lot about this because I haven't watched. But allegedly, from what I've heard and from what I can understand from it, basically there was a call into Turtle Island. Dolly has a show kind of where you pay to like vote people off of the Turtle Island, right? So you call in and it's a game. He turned it into a game, which it could be, kind of amusing. I could see how it's amusing, right? But he turns it into a game, and then you can call in and like, vote people off, or you can save people, or you can there's like certain different cards that he puts in an egg and shakes it up and takes them out of there, right? But you kind of buy those opportunities, right? So either way, Lore Lodge was one of the creators. Oh, and I have to mention, it's all creators listed on the board, right? So you might have like, in this case, it was Lore Lodge, and then, you had like Plunder, and you have like, Clue, or you know what I mean, you just at all these creators from different channels, and Lore Lodge was voted off of there by Chris Proudfoot. Like he called Dolly and he's like, I want to vote Lore Lodge off, which is just weird. Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And so Chris likes to sit around and watch Turtle Island, which whatever, that's his free time. I'm not gonna tell him what to do in his free time, but he's watching Turtle Island and not searching for Sebastian. He's more or less like, I guess, rooting for like different creators to get voted off the island, Lore Lodge being one of them. So I think people like are upset about that, which I mean I can understand that. And like I said, I kind of feel like whatever he wants to do with his free time, but it just kind of goes to show like how serious he is about finding his stepson, in my opinion, because that's the last show that I would be watching, because like Dolly does other, for those of you guys that don't know, he does talk about true crime cases. This is just like a different, like program that he puts on, like kind of like a special program that he puts on other than talking about true crime. And so it's just weird that Chris wouldn't call in there when they're actually talking about finding Sebastian, or when Dolly went searching for Sebastian, but yeah, he's on Turtle Island, where it's just kind of like a game show fun, like a fun thing for the subscribers and members things to do. He's a real piece, and Nabinoch Father says, Lady Freedom, can I ask your opinion on what happened to Sebastian? I don't know. I wish I did. I think I'm leaning more towards that he was like that it was premeditated, and because of the CPS, because of Faith, they wanted to get custody of Faith, and I think that it was becoming an issue because Chris and Katie were having problems in the marriage, and instead of like working those out between those two, they would blame it on Sebastian, because it's like they can't look at that situation and be like, okay, this is our marriage and it's between us. That's my opinion. I think that Sebastian was kind of more of just a problem, that they didn't want him around as much, and I think that he met foul play, and I think that he was carried out at 3 a.m. That's my top theory. it's either that or it was an accidental situation. Um, but then again, we hear like that Katie would get real violent if she was drinking, and then that she would put hands on Sebastian if Chris wasn't home, which I don't believe. I don't know if I believe that he wasn't home. But if he wasn't home, then how did Sebastian get like all those fresh bruises on his neck and stuff like that? That had to have come from someone, um, and maybe it was Katie, you know. But I don't know, what do you guys think? Like, what do you think? And if you think like bad, if you think it's bad, just say foul play, please. Like, don't I don't really want to know like the exact like events, right? Just because in case somebody comes in, and then also it's just hard to read. Thanks, Rogue. Um yeah, it's a game. Thank you, Trishy. It's a game thing. Yeah, it's not even like when he and his girlfriend PJ will get up there and talk about true crime thing, we'll talk about true crime, whatever. They've talked about several cases. But he didn't get up there and be like, I really hope they find my stepson, and maybe help them out with theories or anything or answers for anything. He just went on there when it was in the game show thing. So it was weird. Forrest says, what's the game about? What's the point of the game? Just to vote, to get creators on there, and then they vote them off. You know, yeah, and he voted Lore Lodge. Lore Lodge of all people, like it's weird. Because I guess because they don't like SF, or because he didn't like the I don't know if he gave a reason. See, this is the thing. You can call in and you can say, I want to save Plunder tonight. I hope she doesn't care that I'm using her as an example. But you could be like, I'm gonna save Plunder tonight, and Dolly might say, well, how come you're gonna save Plunder? And you might say, well, because I like her, she does a good job. And then it's like, okay, great, bye. And then the next person will call in, they'll be like, Chris Proudfoot, I want to vote off Lore Lodge, and Dolly might say, well, why do you want to vote off Lore Lodge? And then and the person will say, because I don't like them, whatever, they did this, blah blah blah, and then that'll be one vote against that person, and they tally them up throughout the show, and then he'll let the audience know who got voted off for the night. It's a fake. It's a fake game. It's a fake game. That Patricia said, that's so funny. It's just a fake game. Like, Yellow Jacket guy looks weird to me also. Yeah, because I've watched it before. I never heard Chris call in before, so that was weird. But hey, Just Me, good to see you. Thanks for the green hearts. The state wanted to get Adam. Yes. The state wanted to get Adam more than punishing the girlfriend. Yeah, because they were able to at least like establish a clear timeline. That's one thing, and do I believe her? No, not necessarily. Not everything, but like they were able to get a clear timeline that would match up with being able to make a jury believe, the sequence of events that happened, and that it was in fact Adam that, took Harmony's life. So yeah, and it's more valuable, and that happens so many times in court cases. Somebody will give up the information, and they'll get leniency, and sometimes even immunity, just depending on what the deal is. In one case where there was a young man that had systematically tortured and starved his brother with his mother. Paul Ferguson is his name, and he actually made a deal, but the judge didn't honor it, and he was like, no, you're still going to get time. So he rolled on his mom, and then he still got 30 years, I believe it was, because I followed that case, and his mom's name was Chandra or something, Shonda, real piece of work too. Barbara Rose says, I think yellow coat and pink shirt had on microphones after seeing Hindsight's video slowed down. Yeah, I believe they were talking some way, whether they were like signaling to each other, like with a cough or something between those two. And I wish that the door didn't open when it did, because we could have really saw more if that door didn't open, because there was some sort of interaction with them at that moment. In my opinion, you can just barely see it, but yeah, Connie, Yellow Jacket is so suspicious in my opinion. Connie says, I think so. I'm still worried about that guy. Yeah, it's weird for us. It's just kind of like, you just call in and vote people off, and then you can also save. And then in the little egg that well, it's not a little egg, it's like a big egg that's like a pink egg that he like an Easter egg that you can open up, and he puts all the papers in there, and then you buy those papers that are in there. So you might give me like, you know, $20 for 5. I think it's something like that. And you'll get to buy one, so he'll pick it out and he'll read it, and whatever's on that one, that's the one you bought, right? So you might get like 5 saves or something like that on the ticket that he pulls out of the Easter egg. And then, you know, it goes from there. So whatever ones you get, he'll pull them out and buy them. And then PJ is his girlfriend, and she'll be behind the scenes kind of like tallying up everybody's score. But it's basically about voting off creators off of this like imaginary island called Turtle Island. And you're, you know, kind of using your imagination. Everybody's on that island, but somebody's going to get voted off. I hope I'm doing a good job of explaining it. I really do. But anybody can like call in. It's a call-in type deal. So you could still call in without buying anything, and you could be like, hey, I want to vote off you know, Lady Freedom. I don't know, you know, I want to vote off Lady Freedom, or I want to save her, and then maybe I'd be saved for the night if I get enough people calling in to save me, you know. But if a whole bunch of people are calling in to get me kicked off the island, then I'm kicked off the island, you know, because I have whoever has the most votes to get kicked off gets kicked off. And Seven True says, one of my close friends has a friend who went missing recently. Her name is Heather Karras. Okay. And they still haven't found her, huh, Seven True? Where did she go missing from? Lady V says, I'm considered the other side, I guess, but I like to check things out for myself, and I'm not aggressive or anything. First time here. Oh, okay, Lady V. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, it is so sad, all of them missing. And guys, I don't even think of it as the other side. I know the battle lines are clearly drawn, but I also think that we're all just people, right? I mean, you know, it doesn't have to be that serious, in my opinion. You know, I mean, yes, do I stand on my convictions? Yes, I'm sure other people do too, and I would hope so, because that's what we have to do, you know, as a strong-minded person. But I think we all want Sebastian found. I really do. And I know that sounds kind of probably cliche at this point, but yeah, I wish they would have had more Sasha from the Roadhouse, like a good one from the Roadhouse. I know, because it's kind of like we're taking a screenshot from like the video, or the camera, surveillance camera in the restaurant, and I just wish we could have gotten one of him that day, or even like at the bowling alley or something like that. That would have been nice. Hey, Butter Biscuit, good to see you. Yeah, I think they are. I see, and that's the thing, you know. Thanks, little Miss Sharon. Thank you. Aries says people are wondering why all of a sudden CP's been putting pics and stuff all over a year later. Yeah, any opinions on this? That's a good question. I don't know. I guess it's better late than never, but I don't know why, because I thought all of the pictures that they had were really cute. Like the ones that I have anyway, there's probably more. Um, but the ones that I saw were so cute. Like Katie looked really nice. Like it's not like she was looking raggedy or anything like that, you know? So I was thinking, well, maybe they're like, hair in a bun pictures. Maybe they don't want to show them. But then again, too, you can always crop people out and, and that sort of thing. So I don't know. That's a good question, Aries. I'm curious to see what you guys think. Maybe they're finally seeing the urgency. Maybe they just figure if they keep getting more out there, good to see you, Just Me. Good to see you. He did tell Nina he didn't want the baby, allegedly gave her a hard time. Yeah, that's what she was saying. Yeah, according to Nina, he really wasn't thrilled about the pregnancy. Um, and maybe, and see, we didn't hear from anyone in his first couple marriages. Well, it would be 3 before. And maybe that was a deal breaker or something like that. Maybe they wanted kids and he didn't. I don't know about that, but I'd be curious because well, to our knowledge, Faith is his only daughter, right? His only baby. Um, Sometimes people change their minds too, I will say, and especially like maybe a guy, because they're not going through the process, right? They might not think they're ready and stuff. And so then, but when the baby comes, it's a different story, there's a lot of times that happens, even if, or, if somebody's having a baby young and the family's upset, but then when the baby comes, it's different, right? So sometimes that happens, and I can see that. So I don't think there are. I don't know where the Roadhouse pictures are. To my knowledge, I mean, I'm sure law enforcement has them because they would have taken their phones and they would have been on their phones. So that's my best guess, Sasha. And I'm sure like when they did the drop, I mean, they probably left those in there. So I'm assuming Katie still has them. That would be my, assumption. Yeah, Summer, exactly, Rogue. See, and that's, yeah. And I want to talk about Summer because boy, is she a cute little girl, and just as sweet as she can be. And um it's just a shame, only 6 years old. Was she 6? So yeah. Thank you, Just Me. Thank you so much. Oh, hey, Holly S. Thank you so much for the super sticker there. Thank you so much. Oh, that was sweet of you. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, Lady V, I think he's trying to change the way people view him. Well, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing either, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. I mean, if he does, um, if he does, if he is trying to do that, I think that would be a positive thing, I really do. Um, CP likes to just make up excuses. It's just lip service, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah, and I agree with that too, Trishy. I mean, if it does continue, if he is continuing to get in people's good graces, then I would be surprised because it does seem like Chris will like he does maybe try, but then it doesn't work or something. Like he might say something. But I know he did mention once that you know I should really have better first impressions or something like that. But um, it's hard, especially after a year. People are just frustrated too. Um, it is. It's very frustrating. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, counting as Chris is Sebastian's stepdad. Yeah, you pay to play. Yes, yes, you do. Thank you, C. Taylor. Yes. Hey, Kaika, good to see you. Butter Biscuit says Chris called into Dolly's to vote the Lore Lodge off Turtle Island. I know, Butter Biscuit. That's what we were saying earlier. I'm like, oh gosh, you know, but which like I said, I just wish he would have called it. It would have been better to know that he's watching that and not watching the ones that where they're really talking about Sebastian, what could have happened to him, you know, things like that. That's the one that I would call into, not the one kind of worrying about creators, because it's just about, it's all about creators. It's not about anybody else other than that. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says it's not just creators that cover Sebastian. I saw Jumpsuit Pablo who makes fun of Wade Wilson. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, so it's not, yeah. Well, and I think like Plunder, I don't think Plunder, well, she covers everything. Same with Grizzly. Like I saw Grizzly on there. I watched it last season. Um, you know, because he does it, you know, he's done it several times. And I did watch it last time, and but yeah, and I don't know who Pablo, because I know who Wade Wilson is, but I don't know who Pablo is. Okay, I'll have to check him out. Yeah, Lady V, that's why I was, you know, I mean, I'm sure I mean, it was entertaining, very entertaining. But just knowing that he called into the one for the creators, I'm like, dang, how much did he pay to vote the Lore Lodge off? So see, I'm guessing he just called it in. So in that case, you don't have to like pay to play. But if you want to buy the tickets that are in the Easter egg, then you have to purchase those. And they're like, you know, say 5 for $20 or something like that. I don't remember. I'm trying to remember back, which I'm probably getting it wrong. But I know it was like a minimum of like $20 or $25. So, but like I said, you can call in, and um I was remembering something funny from the last time, because there was a certain I'm not going to name any names, but there was a certain there was a certain creator that was on the island, and oh my gosh. And there was a person that that kept calling in, and you're not supposed to like keep calling in, right? You only get to call in like one you only get to call in one time, but this person called in like like 5 times, and it was really funny. And they're like, I don't, you know, I'm calling to vote, or to save, you know, this channel. And then like they're like, okay, you know, and they write it down. And then the person called again, like 2 calls later, and they're like, I'm voting to save this creator. And it was the same creator and the same person. And it took them like 5 times to to figure out. And they're like, you're only supposed to call once. Either way, it was funny. But again, I just don't know why Chris would call into that show. Like, it's weird. And then vote Lore Lodge off, because I think they've done a fair analysis of the case. I don't think that Lore Lodge has really, like, in my opinion, I don't think they did anything to be malicious towards Chris or Katie at all. I think they're more of like fact finders. They like to do a lot of like history and different things like that. They're real smart young guys, right? And I just don't see them doing that in a malicious way. I think they were doing it in a fact-finding way, and what their research led them to was to thinking that Chris and Katie had something to do with it. And that's like no big deal, right? Compared to some of the creators that are out there that are like hammering every single day at it, right? And so, but either way, it's just weird that he called into that joking around like that. You know, the joking show, exactly what I mean, rather than like the true crime aspect show where he does do that. So why not call into that one? And Holly says Dolly didn't even seem to know it was him. And and see, that was the thing. It was funny because when the other person was calling in, they had no idea that it was like the same person calling in. And then finally he's like, you're not supposed to call in more than once and do that. And I was like, but they had already done it. It was it was just funny because I could tell it was the same person. Like, I don't know. It's just funny. It's hard though when you're up here because like there's a lot going on, right? And you're reading the chat and you're doing this, and then I could imagine like trying to tally it up and everything. So, And Sasha says it's like the parent loses all love for the child or just simply never had. The child is a mere pawn. Well, and I definitely believe that Faith is a pawn in this. I think that Sebastian became a pawn as well in this. Um, that's kind of where I'm at with the whole why this all transpired, right? Because um it just seems that way. It seems like Sebastian was in the way of getting Faith, right? And so they had to move him out of the way. And then they have Faith, and then you know what I mean, they're moving her into the house is what their goal was, in my opinion. So um and C. Taylor says that's what I thought too, Holly. And Butter Biscuit says, I had much respect for Dolly until recently. I don't know how I feel now, but I used to hold him high. Yeah, I used to really like Dolly too, but I didn't like how he handled the photo thing because like if you're Facebook friends with somebody, you can just instant message them on Facebook and be like, hey, did you fraudulently do anything with that picture? And like ask somebody before you just go up and say, well, that person's a fraud, that person's a fraud. Like, to me, that was weird. And I didn't like being called that. And I just thought, if you don't support me, then why should I support you, kind of a thing. So that's just my standpoint on it. And that's fine. I don't wish anything bad. I just, um but I did hear about this happening, and so I was like, okay, well, I mean, like I said, um, it's not it's nothing bad. I just decided to go separate ways, kind of thing. And Seven True says Lore Lodge could be beneficial to help spread awareness even more, in my opinion. Yeah, and they're super smart, and all of their like everything they were saying was just based on what their research told them, right? And that's what I tried to do. Like I tried to put my own opinion at the end, but like a lot of times that's why I like to show you guys like everything that's going on first, and then I'll tell you at the end what I think, because I would rather do that and let you form your own opinions than stopping through it and being like, well, I think this way or I think that way. On live, it's a little different because I kind of have to do that, right? If I'm playing other people's content, I have to stop in the middle and talk about it. But in the videos, I can do those comparisons and kind of show it to you so you could see it, and then I can tell you what I think at the end. And I'd rather do it like that because that way at least you guys can, form your own opinion first before I go putting mine, in the mix. But yeah, it's on a second channel. That's right, Lori. Yeah. And I notice a lot of creators do that, and I don't know. I think maybe that is something smart to do. I haven't done like the YouTube University, which I really need to do that. That would be smart to do that. So I need to do that. But I haven't had the time. And Lady V says, I haven't watched in a while. It's interesting CP would do that. He must not like him. Yeah, well, and I know that the yeah, it is a good money maker. Yeah, because I mean 25 a piece is, per thing is pretty good. But yeah, I know that they were probably not pleased with the Lore Lodge having SF on, but SF did bad on his own. Like the Lore Lodge was very respectful, in my opinion. They kind of didn't even put a whole lot of heat on him. They just kind of like let him do his thing, and they asked the questions and then let him answer. They weren't doing like a whole lot of like really hardcore follow-up or putting heat on him at all, in my opinion. And then SF was kind of just skating around questions. There was an email that was supposed to be sent, and the Lore Lodge was very polite in asking, like, again, can you please send the email to prove it? And finally SF did, but it was like taking him forever just to produce receipts, and he was, not prepared, in my opinion. So I don't think that's the Lore Lodge or the Lore Lad's fault. I think it was, the PI. He's just not doing a real bang up job. I mean, and And Lady V says people seem to love Dolly. Dolly has big numbers. He does. He does have big numbers. And, like I said, I don't wish anything bad. I just don't support people who don't support me. It's just kind of my little personal rule there. But yeah, and also, like I said, it was funny. Like it is entertaining. Like especially when people call in. That always adds like another interesting element to the show, right? Because it's not just me. Like right now it's just me up here, but like if I was to have somebody like call in, we don't know who's going to call in, which is that's why I kind of why I don't have call-ins. But it's interesting. And Sasha says, I think CP really had issues with Sebastian looking like Seth and really an extremely superficial and completely a bully or in a complete bully. I don't know how to explain it. The bullying is a huge issue in CPS life or in CP's life, excuse me. Yeah, I agree with the bullying. The bullying was present. I do think that. Um, we did see that element of the disliking or the hatred of a child in Harmony Montgomery's case, right? Because Adam had told one of his friends that he didn't like Harmony because she looked like her mother. And that element is present. We it is common. It's not as rare as we think it is. There's a lot of times where parents will harbor resentment against a kid, right? That's where scapegoats come from. That's where the black sheep of the family comes from a lot of times. Sometimes they're the black sheep because they're a bad person and people are like, well, we don't really want you around if you're going to steal from us and bring, hardcore rugs around the family and da 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 da. But then there's other instances where the truth tellers are the ones, you'll get, there's scapegoated child. There's the one that isn't treated properly because it reminds the other parent of the parent that they hate. And it's not right. It's sad. It's because they look just like them, right? And then they're a constant reminder of a person that they don't like. It's a very toxic environment, It really is. Lord Lodge has invited CP to the interview and get his side of things, but he's never heard back yet. Yeah, a little Miss Sharon. And I think they're very fair. I do. I really think they're fair. I think they're hardworking guys. I think they have a very interesting show. I believed that their analysis was correct. I really did. And I actually felt very validated by a lot of the things they were saying because I was wondering, sometimes I wonder if my opinion is getting way too biased. And so I always try to draw myself back in a little bit because then I'm not doing a good job on every aspect of following the case and figuring it out and presenting it to you guys. So I really tried not to be completely biased. But of course, if I see something that is clearly wrong, I'm going to call it out, like the belt stuff. I didn't like that. Throwing the toys in the trash, just CP's attitude. Those are things that I'm always going to point out and say, gee, I wish he would have said that differently, or how come he's got to be like that, or oh, there's that toxic personality coming out again. So it happens. It does. I think Sebastian missing was for the benefit of Chris, in my opinion, and Katie chose her man over her child. I do too. I believe that is a strong element of Katie choosing to be with Chris and choosing men over her children, or over her child, a man, Chris. I don't know, Lady V. I don't know. It seems like Katie was a lot more like tomboyish, and she didn't mind, doing kind of the things that boys or whatever. I mean, girls can do things too. Women can do things, whatever they like. And so I don't know. I could kind of see maybe them doing that. So that's a possibility. I feel very strongly like I would like to hear more from Katie by herself. But I understand that at this juncture, that's not going to happen, because she's got a lawyer, because there's been far too much in the media. Chris doing these awful things. Like, if she was to come out and try to say something now, um, and I don't know that people would take her seriously, especially with the Turtle Island stuff now. I mean, that's just what is so difficult for me, is because even if you try to play devil's advocate and say, look, okay, maybe they are trying. They did come out on the year anniversary and say something about their son. That's good. Um, but then when Chris does something like that, it just sets them back so much. And he's got to know that he's doing that. Like, it's weird. It's just, why do that? Why wouldn't you have your friend or somebody go, like, for crying out loud, why would you call Turtle Island? Why wouldn't you just have your buddy do it or something? If you're gonna do it, if you just can't help yourself and you got to get Lore Lodge off of there, I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird. Oh my goodness, I watched the program today and it was so enlightening. Prayer Sebastian is not in one of those homes. Oh goodness. Oh boy. I know, and I was so nervous last night when we were talking about those homes. Well, that wilderness program really got me. I was like, that's weird. Um, like, really weird. And Napanoch Father says, all I can say is a child getting hurt in the world is a truly bad thing. But the worst thing, I think, is a child being hurt by their own parent, which I believe happened in this case somehow. Yeah, I believe that too, Napanoch Father. And thank you for letting me know, because I was wondering what you guys were thinking too about what happened. I think it was the parents in this case. And I hate that, because like you said, it's bad enough that you have to worry about everybody else out there. But when it's somebody they know, or a parent or somebody in the household, um, it's like, it's so hard then, yeah, you're sleeping in your bed. You should be in the safest place that you could possibly be. Um, yeah, money, 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 money. And C. Taylor says, Little Miss Sharon, oh, he won't dare go on Lore Lodge. He can't handle the questions, the truth, in my opinion. Well, yeah, because they're very fact based, in my opinion, too, C. Taylor. They're very fact based. It's not like they're trying to go off and connect dots where they're not connecting, or fill in with false information because they don't know. Like, if they don't know it, they're not going to put it in the presentation. They're just presenting the evidence that they've gathered, and I appreciate that, because it's important. It's not fair. Like, nobody wants to be falsely accused of anything. Nobody wants to have to worry about people like lying on them or anything like that. So, and I don't think that's right, even for Katie and Chris. Like, I don't think that's okay. It's not. Just like I said, I can't fault her for getting a lawyer, because that's our right, right? It's our right to remain silent. Do I like it? No. Did it make me mad when, like, Roberta Laundry did it? Oh man, I was so mad at that lady. I'm like, she won't say it. They're never gonna say a word. Like, they refused, and it was just so frustrating. But then I had to keep reminding myself, like, that's how it works. Like, you can't just you know you can't make people talk, and you can't fault them for having a lawyer. It just sounds brazen how much money is involved. Yeah, it is. It is. And I don't know. I think money is a big part of this case, just having the extra money to be able to um keep this all going, because I think that's another reason why they're not even going to try until they find Sebastian to do anything, is my opinion. It's just looking more and more like that, right? Like, they're not interested in trying to charge them with anything until they can find Sebastian first. I mean, yeah, Sasha KP was a victim of childhood trauma. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what's hard. It's just so hard. And Napanoch Father says, I truly do hope we are all wrong, but it just doesn't seem that way. We all get a certain feeling that something's off with Katie, and for a reason. Yeah, I believe that too. I think that there's definitely a reason, and then the not making sense part of it, um, all of our alarm bells are going off because of that, because it's like, okay, that doesn't make sense, or, kind of laughing during an interview, or, saying they're looking, but they're really not. Yeah, it's just too many things to overlook. And Baba Rose says, I think it was planned after the Texas Roadhouse. I think they both abused this child. Yeah. Yeah. And it could be like long-term premeditated, or it could be short-term premeditated, right? So, and there's also charges for, each offense, right? Like say you've been planning it for a year, for instance, or 6 months. That's long term, the premeditation. But like if you even planned even for a second of it to happen, beforehand, it's premeditated too. And that very well could have been. I'm just wondering how to explain that guy at the Texas Roadhouse and what was on his phone. That holds me up. And then also, something could have happened. I mean, I will not discount that something at the house could have happened. Sebastian, Katie might have been drinking. Maybe she got home from that busy day and she was drinking a lot fast. I mean, she was having trouble pulling into the restaurant a little bit. So I don't know if that's because she's not a great driver, or if maybe she was a little bit tipsy when they got to the restaurant. Um, I don't know. I don't know. That's true, Rogue. That's true. The universe does not let people slide by without punishment for hurting people, especially children. I agree with that. I think what goes around comes around, and I think if you do good, good things will come to you. If you do bad, bad things will come to you. Um, Even though bad things happen to good people, I get it. Nobody's going to have a perfect time of it. Life is hard. But I do believe that. I believe it comes around. I do. I have to, like, maybe not karma in the definition of it, but in that sense of, if you're going to pay for what you did, if you did something, it's even if you don't see it right away, something down the line is going to do it. And the same thing with the truth coming out. I believe that the truth comes out even if it takes a long time, and even if it's so like daunting. Yeah. And Cece says, because Lorelodge exposed Chris with a huge platform, so he called into to gig them. Oh, okay, right, right. Yeah, that makes sense. But who isn't exposing them? Where a lot of us are doing it. You know what I mean? And I just don't know what they expect. They'll call it like harassment, but really, I don't think that they're ugly about it when the Lore Lodge states the facts and things that they found. I don't see any ugliness or malice or ill intent behind it. I think it's more that they're just trying to get the story out, right? They're reporting on a story that they've researched. So it's no ill intent, and that's how I feel about what I present to you guys too. Do I get a little bit defensive over Sebastian? Yeah, because he's a kid. I'm gonna be defensive over a kid. Same thing when I talk about Tony Jones. I'm like, I mean, my whole face turns, different and everything. It's because what he did was gross. You know what I mean? I can't, but I'm also protective over the victims, right? So when I see a victim in the case, I'm going to look at that victim and say, we need to protect you because it looks like you weren't protected properly, right? somewhere along the line, somebody failed you, especially kids. Summer, Sebastian, Harmony, you know, Gabby Petito failed, guys, failed by the police, you know, um, a couple of times, because even like 10 days after she was missing, they're knocking on the laundry's door, and her van, which it was in her name, was sitting in the driveway, and they failed to pull that boy out of the house. They had surveillance on the backyard and people protesting in the front yard, and somehow he was able to evade all of that and get the hell out of the house without undetected. And people were like, oh, we thought that was Roberta. And it's like, no, it wasn't Roberta. It was freaking Brian. But they were watching. And it's so weird. It's just weird. So yeah, it's the system failures that get me, and and nobody's perfect. I'm not saying that, but it's so frustrating when you see these things that could have been prevented, and it just breaks your heart. Um, and James says definitely foul play without a doubt, in my opinion. Yeah, I think so. I think so. And I wish it wasn't. I wish I thought like, somebody had taken him. The Texas Roadhouse video kind of made me think that maybe he could have been taken by somebody, and they were like, but then again, I don't know. It's just been so long that I don't know. Because if somebody took him, they're probably not somebody taking him because they want a family, or they always wanted a son, which would be the ideal situation. But people don't take kids for that reason, unless they're like taking a baby. Like there's been a couple of documentaries I watched, or like true crime, shows where like a lady went to a lady had a miscarriage, and she decided that she was going to go off in probably a moment of postpartum depression, and go to the hospital and steal someone else's baby. You know what I mean? Like that was happening a long time ago. Like a bunch of times that has happened. And all of a sudden somebody finds out that they were taken, when they were a baby. In that case, that person probably really did want a baby, and they're taking the baby to mother the baby. But it's wrong still. I mean, how dare they? But in the same way, I don't think that would be the case here. I would hope maybe that would be ideal, right? Same thing with like yesterday, what we were talking about, the sighting looks so much like Sebastian, but then I was just like, I just don't think it is, because what are the odds? We rarely see those ideal situations play out. I wish they would more often. um, you know and Rogue thinks it's a back and forth. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, I understand a parent having to take a break and try to do something to smile, or just think for a minute, or de-stress. Yeah, but it's strange that he uses social media covering Sebastian to do it. Right. Well, and that's such a good point, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, because it's like, like I was saying too, if it's his free time, I don't want to sit here and judge his free time or anybody's, like, and just be like, oh, how dare you watch that when, I mean, you know, it is what it is. There's things that, like I watched the Gypsy Rose Life After Lockup, and I was like, this is such a guilty pleasure. Why am I wasting my time watching this? So there's mine, but I'm interested, and plus she was from Springfield, and so I watch it, but yeah, I get that, but it's just, I wish he would call into these shows when they're talking about fighting Sebastian, and offer up some kind of um, help to find him, because I don't think we're seeing that. And Napanoch Father says, because in my opinion, having a child truly changes how you see the world. Watching movies with children is different when you have a child to love you. You have a child, you shouldn't look to be fake. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And I don't think that he spends that kind of time with Faith. Even Napanoch Father, his own little girl, let alone with Sebastian, it always seemed like, go to your room. You don't have to go to bed, but go lie down, things like that. And a lot of times parents don't feel like that. Most parents, in my opinion, most parents don't feel like that. I agree with what you're saying, and I think um, your child does truly change how you see the world because you want the best for them. You want to give them everything. You want to make sure that they feel your love, and that you, um, that they're important to you. Especially like when they're little. Like even like 5, 6 years old, they're always like asking questions and about the world and everything, and they're just always wanting your attention and things like that. And if you don't um, give them enough of that, and then also take some time to decompress, like just like we were talking about just now, then it can be a bad situation, especially just always making them sit in their room by themselves, or like they're not wanted. um so yeah, I don't know that they did a whole lot of that. It seems like he and Seth were kind of two peas in a pod. Let's go fishing. Let's play our video games. Let's watch these anime shows, and then we're gonna go get ramen. They had their kind of their little shtick, that they did because they were just into the same things, and they would do that kind of stuff, and it was a good fit. But then like when he went over with Chris, it was like there wasn't a whole lot in common there, right? It just seems like Chris didn't really try that hard. Um, and I kind of understand the anime thing because it's very hard well, I should say I don't understand the anime thing because it's something that's out of my wheelhouse. Even I was trying to understand it because I was trying to understand Sebastian more. So I don't get how it's all of us trying to understand these things that we've never heard of, but stepdad won't do it. It's just like it's such a missed opportunity. Hey GA64, good to see you. Um I I believe so, GA. Yeah, because we all sent it to Dog's team. Yeah, he had to have seen it. Prayer Warrior says foul play in my opinion. Kaika. Napanoch father says these parents can understand when they are so small and they get towards the edge of the bed and your heart starts racing. Well, exactly. And you're just always trying to protect them, or like, when they're first born, you go in and check and make sure everything's good, they're still breathing okay. It's stressful being a parent because you love somebody so much and you're like, I never want nothing bad to happen to you. I always want to protect you. And even when they're older, because I thought, when my daughter was, living on her own, that I wouldn't worry as much. I worry more now. I'm like, checking on her all the time. Are you okay? Things like that because, and I try not to do it every time I have the urge because then I'm bugging too much. But it's like, and I know she's busy and she's going to school and work and all that. But it's like, it's the same thing, you just think about them and you're like, I hope they're doing good. I hope they're driving safe. I hope they're not staying out too late. I hope, whatever it is, I hope their boyfriend or their girlfriend is treating them nice. Like, I hope they have a good time with their friends, all of that stuff. But yeah, I completely understand what you're saying, Napanoch father. And Cece says, I actually like Dolly, but I'm not liking who he is aligning himself with lately. Yeah, it started kind of getting a little red flaggish when he was having like Clue on and stuff. And yeah, I don't know. I just know that like if you surround yourself with a lot of people that kind of act a certain way, it kind of might rub off on you. So that's why I don't know, because I think I started watching Dolly's show when Seth went on there the one time and talked. And so I was tuning in. And then also um, just him covering Sebastian. So the people that were covering Sebastian became more so the people I was watching more often, right? And which is weird because there's creators that I used to watch all the time, and I don't ever get a chance to watch them because I'm always watching stuff on Sebastian, which is not it's not a bad thing. It's just, but yeah, that's when I started following. So I wasn't following him any time prior to Sebastian. So, but I mean, we're all entitled to like who we like and watch who we watch, nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with that at all. And Butter Biscuit says sometimes the state has to go easy on one involved to prosecute the one who did it. Exactly. Yeah. And to get the information out too, because there's got to be something in it for them to do it, right? Like less time or no time or, and Sasha says, my opinion, if they don't get in trouble over Sebastian, they're going to do something else. That's very weird. My apples fell off the car a long time ago, unfortunately. It's my confirmed crystal clear. Yeah. And, I mean, this whole case has been so weird. And, yeah, Vander Ark. Yeah, Chandra. Thank you, Chandra. I always say her name wrong. Shonda Vander Ark. Thank you, Lady V. Vander Sloop. Chandra. That lady was that story is so weird because she was absolutely very smart, book wise, right? Like she became a lawyer and everything like that, did very, very well. But then she also didn't have a lot of common sense or any type of like love and compassion. She was a very cruel. I mean, talk about Cruella. That lady's Cruella. Oh boy. I mean, and then her son enlisting his help. And the son who was helping to torture his little brother was working at, like, I think it was a TGI Fridays, and he could have gotten him food and snuck it to him and stuff, and he wasn't. They were feeding him like the hottest hot sauce that you can find. Just disgusting. Making him take cold baths. They both deserved to get way more than they got, in my opinion. But yeah, he tried to cut a deal and the judge did not honor it. And I'm sorry, but I was one of the ones sitting there praying, like, please don't honor this. Please don't, because Timothy is his name, was his name. He deserved justice for what was done to him. I mean, they were just doing awful things. Princess Buttercup says, CP said he wanted Laura Lodge voted off just because, yeah, because Laura Lodge, he's okay. He said that just because. Okay, gotcha. I read that wrong. Okay, yeah, just because. Wow. And that was all he left it at, was just because. I didn't watch it. Yeah, because Laura Lodge has well put together information and sent his findings about the case he thought of at the time, events, etc., to FBI LE. Yes, good. That's very good. And he did a very well put together job, in my opinion, Princess Buttercup. He really did. He really, really did. NC Taylor says, I can understand why the state gave her some leniency because they wanted to get enough info to convict the evil one. Not that she wasn't evil. Exactly. But I think she was also very scared. And I think that she also loved Adam. Like, I know that's just not an excuse and it's like gross, I get it. Like, so I'm not trying to, be like poor Kayla, but I agree with what you're saying completely. Like, they had to cut that deal with her, that way they could get him, because he was trying to get out of it. Like, he might have, if it wasn't for that pesky ex-wife there. And remember too, they had other kids together, and so I think it was really tough for her. Yeah, I just think that she was in love with Adam still, and she didn't want to testify against him, but she didn't have a choice. And I think she wanted to be with our other kids too. I just don't know how you could sit there and let somebody do that. I don't know. I probably would have waited until he was like passed out or something and taken all the kids and left and went straight to the police station. But I don't know. There's just no way in my presence that a kid would get hit like that without me getting it way worse. Um, it's a game for idiots, Aries. Okay, the egg costs 25. Thanks, Lori. I wasn't sure. I was like, I can't remember how much it was. I never bought one. Butter Biscuit says no one wins anything but the right to stay. Oh, say they won toward. Okay, I didn't know if they won like a big prize. Thanks, Butter Biscuit. I wasn't sure if they won like a big prize or what. But yeah, it's just basically like who got to stay on the island the longest. So I guess it would be like a popularity, because like if you, you know, because you can call in and just like keep your favorite creator too. You could be like, oh, I'm choosing to save or keep, Plunder. And then he's like, okay, Plunder saved or whatever. And then some people have like, you know, a curse or something. Like there's all these different little things in it. It's just a game. It is. It's just a game. Yes. Oh gosh, that woman was awful. And James Cooper says not only Yellow Jacket, but Green Hoodie stopped and had a conversation with someone inside the restaurant after talking with KP, but could not see who it was. Well, and that's another thing. They want us to really focus in on that Green Hoodie person. And I do think it was a longer than normal interaction. I really do, oh, thanks, Connie. Thank you. I do. So, I mean, I'm not discounting the Green Hoodie, but I know law enforcement did. You're welcome, Forrest. I hope I'm explaining it right. Somebody's probably going to put in the comments like, no, lady, you got it wrong. You got it. But that's kind of what I remember it too. And I think they do it the same every time. Thanks, Cece. Yeah, because I did watch it the last time and, I'm not on the island. No, no, no. I'm not. I hope I'm never on the island. I don't want to be on the island. That's funny, Lady V. Oh my goodness, forget it. I do not want to be on that island. Hey, Adis Perez says, I always tell everyone to take lots of pictures and videos. I don't have many pictures of my dad and no videos of my dad. Oh my goodness. That's what's the hardest thing too. Yeah, it's like the pictures that I do have of my mom, because she passed in 2006. They're like my favorite pictures. You know what I mean? Like I'm so glad to have them because, because I don't have her anymore, and I know how you feel. So it's so important to take pictures and be in the moment, mental picture, like what does Pam do on The Office? I don't know where our friend Scranton is, but she does like the little mental picture. And I love that because those sometimes are more special, because they're just for you, they're only yours, and James says the game is a way to get all creators together. It's funny way, like Survivor. There you go, James. Thank you. It's like Survivor. I thought I said that the other night. So thank you for reminding me, like Survivor, exactly. And I did think it was fun. Like I didn't think it was like anything mean. Not that, but I just still don't want to be on the island. But I think it's kind of like just kind of something fun for people to do. And it is, it's to unwind. And that's the reason why I used to watch it. Or I watched it last season because I would sometimes be doing a lot of research, and it was really heavy information that I was going over and things like that. And then I wanted something to make me laugh. And so I did do that. So, thank you, Maleficent. We love having you here. I really appreciate you. That's so sweet. Well, it does. It is like a way to make like money. It really is, guys. It really is. Thanks, Kaika. It's a way to make money, a little extra, right? But then it's entertaining for the people. So, and he doesn't do it like on a members only or anything like that. So anybody can do it. And I also like that he allows people to call in for free. So that is nice, right? But it's a It's definitely a way to make money, you know. Aries. No, and I don't anymore. Because like I said, I don't support people who don't support me. So I kind of just, um, but I'm not going to be like, don't go over and watch them, guys, you know. Um, Princess Buttercup says, and Dolly seems comfy with Clue McNasty. Yeah, that was, yeah, too. Nowadays, another reason in my opinion, I think KP felt comfortable calling in, or excuse me, CP felt comfortable calling in and agreeing to play a game or a vote off the channels, get close to the truth, keep the hate channels. Yeah, you know, I agree with that. And like I said, I don't think Lore Lodge has ever been like disrespectful of his coverage of Sebastian's case. I really don't. I feel like he's more like a, you know, fact kind of finder, and then he just presents that the way that he's found it, and he's, you know, confident in what he's presenting. That's just the way I look at it. Now, I was a little bit disappointed that he wouldn't let us do our green hearts, and I was like, I'm not spamming, I'm just green hearting. But you know, we're not going to like every single thing about each other, you know. Everybody has their things, you know. We all do. And James says he is doing it to make it look good for himself, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Well, and you know, Chris too, I sometimes I feel like James, he'll do things like to make us all like maybe look at him in a different light, but like, hey, I'm just a regular guy. I'm just watching Turtle Island and I'm voting people off, haha, just like you guys. And it's not like, it's like, no, you're in a completely different boat than we are. Um, you know, it's a completely different situation. You need to be like focused on taking care of your wife and her needs, and then you two getting out there and you know, getting a bit of exercise, handing out flyers. That would make the total difference, I think. I don't know. I just think people would like to see that more. It's all up front. Yeah, and it is. It is. And Adis Prez says, KP said, we didn't take many pictures with Sebastian because of his smile. Oh, Sebastian has a beautiful smile. I know, I know. And I love his smile. I actually I feel like, where's his smile when he's not smiling, you know? I don't understand it. And he's just a very sweet kid. I don't know. We all love seeing his pictures. So I haven't seen one picture that I thought, well, I don't like that picture. You know, there's not one single one and I don't think there ever will be. Um, Michelle says, have to give my fur babies their medicines. Oh, okay, Miss Michelle. I hope they're doing good. I hope they're feeling better. And Forrest says, personally, I don't like his channel. I saw all I needed to see a while ago. Yeah, and you know, there was some definite things that I wasn't liking, but I also understand that, you know, there's certain things that I'm not gonna like everything everybody puts out. They're not always gonna like what I put out, you know. So I try to give people a chance or the benefit of the doubt, or I think, okay, well, you know, I didn't like that episode, but maybe next time. But yeah, I just. And Trishy says, I prefer to stay with creators who rise above the hating of other channels unless they need to defend themselves publicly. Thank you, Trishy. I appreciate that. Yeah, and I think it's just more or less keeping it to the true crime stuff, right? Yeah, I agree. Because there's so many creators out there that are very smart and savvy, and I like to see how other people do things and take their takes on things. And um, yeah, if the swine wouldn't have talked to save herself, like Adam would be free. Yeah, or to save her selfish life, excuse me, Adam would be free. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that, Sasha. There's no choice in that. And you know, that's one of the uglier sides of the justice system. But if it gets the real monster taken off the streets, I think they did a great job, you know, of identifying who needed to be put in jail right away. And I think that they also probably thought, like, you know, we're gonna see Kayla back here, you know, like this isn't gonna be the last time. But she's actually, I haven't seen her in the news or anything like that, so maybe she's trying to do better. Hopefully she stays off the rugs, you know. um because that plays a big part in it, you know? Yeah, meow. I don't either. I don't. Oh, good evening, Miss Ida, Anthony, and Dan. Good to see you guys from Emmett, Idaho. So nice to see you. And Rogue says, I believe that they have been watching the psychic, Reverend Donna. She had said she didn't see any pictures, but one with Chris and Sebastian. Boom, a month later. Oh man, yeah. There was the one that they put out of them fishing, doing the deep sea fishing trip with all three of them. Um, and Clue put a big watermark over it, which was weird, in my opinion. But that was the only one that I really had seen with the three of them, or the two of them. I'm trying to think if I've seen one with the two of them besides the fishing picture, and I think you're right. Yeah, beautiful sickos. They would have stayed together, Sasha. They would have stayed together. I believe that. I believe she would have stayed with Adam and she would have concealed all of it if she had the chance. I really do. She was very hesitant. After Reverend Danya said that, about 1 month later, here comes videos of CP and Sebastian. Well, and I thought the one picture of the little excavator, I thought that was not him, but then when I saw the fishing picture, I was like, okay, well, he does look like it could have been him in that one. It's just hard to know the time frame. I was going by Sebastian's haircut and his hair, trying to put the pictures in order, you know. They had so many good times. Ah, she's special, the Montgomery girl or whatever. Oh yeah, she's really sad, you know. And I mean, I think she's just low self-esteem. He beat her down, beat her up, and then, you know, she was scared shitless of that guy. I bet you she was. Adis Perez says FS seems like he was more of a distraction than anything, helping the Proudfoots push the narrative that Sebastian ran away. Yeah, in my opinion, I agree. I agree with that. I do. I think he likes being that distraction, and, you know, it's a game to him. Um, Probably old common law, Massachusetts or something. Who knows? They were married. They were married. Oh, Jen, thank you for becoming a new member. Thank you so much, hon. Welcome to the Freedom, well, Freedom Fighter family, or we call ourselves the Freebirds here. Dragon Clan, Dragon Tribe. We got to come up with something, guys, but it's okay. James says, yes, he said he did not want a baby and told her to get an abortion. And when she didn't, then he schemed a plan with his mom to take that baby girl away from Nina just to hurt her as much as possible, in my opinion. I agree with that. I agree. I think that's exactly what happened. And I think, you know, Kathy wants that baby around, or the little one, you know, around. James, it seems to me, in my opinion, he's doing it for the money. Well, yeah, and then also having to pay Nina, you know, child support and stuff. That's another motive. I mean, money is the oldest motive. Yeah, see, that's what I'm still up in the air. I don't know, because they says that nobody owns one, but then I've heard they do. Grizzly's good. See, Taylor, Grizzly is so good. Okay, well, thank you, Lady V. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. Thank you. And Ada says, thank you for being a part of Sebastian's army and keeping his face, name, and story out there. Prayers for Clue or confession soon that will lead to Sebastian. Amen, Adis. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for that. Thank you for your prayers. I pray with you guys. I really do, because we have to. You know, that's one important part that we can all do. And it doesn't take us to leave or anything. You know, we don't have to get together for that. We could all do it together, and we could just always have that strength together. And James Coover says, Dolly said that the game is to be a neutral ground for all haters or non-haters, just to try to bring them together. Yeah, and I believe that. I don't think he does it to have any malice. I don't. No. Jumpsuit Pablo is great too. Okay, I got to go over and check him out. Okay, so I just wrote Pablo down. So Jumpsuit Pablo. Does he jump off of things? Why is his name Jumpsuit Pablo? Oh, yes. Thank you, Connie. You guys are so welcoming. I really appreciate that because I want everybody to feel welcome here. Yeah, you don't have to pay for an egg unless you buy the egg. Yeah, you don't have to pay unless you buy an egg, right? Because with the egg you get like extras. Like say one ticket would say like 3 saves or something like that, or you can you know um, get rid of three people of your choice or something. There's all different things on there. Yeah, it is. It's a year later. Really, it's a slap in the face to our boy. I know. I know. I know. And I feel like that too, Sasha. I do. And trust me, I get in my own, feels and stuff about it because I really feel like it's not right. We should know Sebastian's face. Um as he was right before he left. And that's why I always try, or excuse me, he left right before whatever happened to him, right? But I think it's a big deal to make sure that we um, just keep in just keep in mind that um, he is probably gonna look a little bit older now. If he was starting to get like peach fuzz or a little mustache, and it was to the point where he was kind of wanting it off of his face so it was visible, then it leads me to believe that he's going to be a little bit older looking than, of course, the one we see up here in this photo or even in the Texas Roadhouse. So I keep trying to think about the Texas Roadhouse photo in my mind as well as a little bit older even because he's a year older than he was now. Um, or excuse me, he's a year older than he was back then, right? When he went missing. And that was the day before or the day of, we're not really sure, right? Um, yeah, and the eggs have the cards inside. Yes, James. Yes, they do. Oh, thank you, Jen Jen. Thank you so much. Okay, Trishy, thank you. And Ada says, I can't listen to Dolly sometimes because he seems like he's joking and I didn't find anything funny about missing child. He also seems abashed sometimes, in my opinion. Yeah, I've noticed that too. I noticed that. And I don't really understand the bashing of Seth thing. I think that's one thing that and I understand maybe the retaliation. Maybe like because if you think Chris and Katie are innocent, then maybe that feels like the next natural step. But in the same way, I don't know because I just feel like he's always out there looking. And I'm a jokester too, so I never held that against anybody. You know, I really don't, but because I think we talk about tough subjects, and I think a little bit of relief from it can help, right? Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion, but it's like also not be real disrespectful about it, right? Just try to kind of keep it light, but not be mean to other people and stuff too. Um, They do have all kinds of interesting videos. They do. And they're very much like they research, different subjects, not just true crime. They're not a true crime per se channel. But their take on true crime is smart. I like their take on it, but they also do a lot more of like historical things. They also do just all kinds of different things. And then I think they do like a night where they do like different drinking different whiskeys or something like that. I'm not sure, but either way, I enjoy their content. Um, I believe that. C. Taylor. Yeah, he's threatened by Laura Lodge's intelligence and intuition, in my opinion. Well, and if it's that mentality, like if you're not with us, you're against us. And I try not to have that mentality. I mean, does some of the things people say piss me off? Sure. Do I like everything, especially my biggest thing is if it's disparaging Sebastian, that's when I'm gonna get pissed, like really pissed to where I'm like, F you. Because he doesn't deserve to be treated that way. And I only see kindness from Sebastian. I've never watched a video or and none of us are perfect. I'm not saying Sebastian's perfect, right? But I've always just seen him be super kind to other people, compassionate. Even the way that he was treating the waitress at the Roadhouse, smiling, polite. And so for him to get dragged, how dare they? You know, it's just wrong. It's not. It's who does it? It makes no sense. You know. And Seven True says, in my opinion, I just think CP is intimidated by anyone who asks real questions. Yeah, and anybody who's willing to follow it up, right? Because some people will ask the question, but they're not willing to follow up with anything. They'll just let him go off like crazy, you know, or they'll be very accommodating to him. And that was another thing that I found to be annoying with some of the interviews. Like, don't accommodate him. Like, when he says something like that, follow it up with something even more. And I think that's what the Lore Lodge would do. I think those guys would, the Lore Lads, if you will, if Chris said something that seemed off, they would probably counter it and say, okay, well, what about this? Or could you explain this more? And Chris is not in a position to do that because they're hiding information, in my opinion. If they weren't hiding it, then they'd have no problem saying it, or no problem answering, like you said, real questions. Yeah, meow. I love Lore Lodge too. I love Lore Lodge. Well, Lore Lodge offered Chris and Katie to come on too. He sure did. And he was being fair. And I agree with that, Forrest. He's being fair. Deli did not even realize that it was CP until the game was over. Oh, I gotcha. Thanks, James. Thanks. Okay, thank you for letting us know that. See, I didn't know. And you know, context is everything too, guys, you know, because then some people might say, well, you know, Dolly probably, it was probably all set up and everything. It's like, no, okay, if he didn't know until afterward. Did Chris try to disguise his voice, I wonder? Yeah, exactly. CP has time to play games. Yeah, no, not show emotions or search. Interesting. That's what I found to be most interesting. Ooh, yes, cooking chicken and vegetable soup. Yum, Kaika. That's great for cold weather and rainy days. And James says, and PJ, his girlfriend, had told him that it was CP. Oh, okay, PJ knew. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not frustrated per se, but I'm crystal clear. I mean, I think I'm pretty crystal clear on what could have happened. Um, you know, but then again, there's a lot of information to kind of consider. And then there's a lot of misinformation that makes it so cloudy. You know, that's my problem, Sasha. I always just have that problem. Hey, Lil Redo, good to see you. Okay, you think the Lore Lodge was biased, Lady V. Well, and you know, I know, well, okay, so the origins of Lore Lodge getting involved, in my understanding, would have been that Miley Cyrus's little brother had contacted the Lore Lads because he was a fan of theirs, and he was like, hey, you know, can you look at Sebastian's case? And then they did. And then I saw, what was it, the first. I watched the first one, or did they, or okay, so they did like either a first one or they did a series, but I watched a couple of those, and I thought they were basically kind of taking the interviews and then critiquing from the interviews. And then I don't know how, if they looked like public records or something like that. And that's a mosquito. I hope that's not a mosquito. Okay. But I think that's what they did. I think they went off of court docs, but I could be wrong. And I just think that the interviews went so badly that I think that it was just hard for them. You know, I think it was just hard for them not to kind of come to the conclusion of saying, well, something isn't right. Because that's how I felt. You know, the interviews is what I went off of the most, you know. But I understand. I understand how everybody has a different perception on how things happen. You know, he mostly does interviews with women. I've noticed that too. Um, you know, which I found it weird because Steve Fisher said that that Chris was the one that chose for him to work with the family. And so I found that to be interesting because they had to have spoken to each other, you know, and everything. Um, NC Taylor says, Forrest, maybe that was CP's cowardly way of declining. And it could have been. It could have been like not saying it to their face, but like being like, hey, I don't like you. Like I'm voting you off. And right, right. And Princess Buttercup says Laura Lodge gave everyone a fair shot. CP, KP, SF, and Seth, and collected facts. And his impression of Seth is he came on the show. SF just spread BS, and CP, KP no show, and sent the FBI. That's why CP no like. Right. I believe that. I do because I was watching kind of that whole kind of interaction between what was going on. Now, I didn't see everything on X, but I saw some of it. And it did seem like the lore lads were respectful and saying, hey, look, we would like to hear from all of the parents because we want both sides. And I think doing that is the best way, right? Because if we only hear Seth's side, then that's not fair, right? We need to hear from all the parents. It would be nice for them to all get on the panel, but then again, when that happened, I think it was Web Sleuths was the only time they were, well, I say they all were, but I don't know if Katie was sitting next to Chris during Web Sleuths, but that was the closest it was. I know that also Seth was in Duchess's chat a couple of times or excuse me, one time when Chris and Katie were on her panel. But he said he didn't want to get up there and join the panel because he thought that the subjects that people were talking about were not really helping to find Sebastian. And I think that he was also hesitant, which I can understand him being hesitant, because he didn't want it to turn into a shit show. And I could be wrong, I'm not Seth, so I don't want to speak for him. It's just my opinion. I think he was kind of trying to avoid, something like that. So, and Jen says, I think that's why they're dumping pictures across the web to try to make themselves look good all of a sudden, in my opinion. Well, and I mean, I think it would make them look better if they would just go out and pass out flyers, or if they would, because they were working with people, and I don't know if they work with Duchess anymore, but she made some really great flyers, or her team did, or somebody that she works with did, made some really beautiful, colorful flyers. So, I think that would be a good start for them to just start handing flyers out. But it seems to me like they really don't want to hand them out like in their area per se. They don't mind handing them out far away, but not in their area. So it's just, but yeah, I agree. I agree that it's ill-timed, and probably it just isn't going to help now, especially if it'd be nice if they would put out the more recent photos too. I would really appreciate that. Yeah, Baba, and that's the problem, Baba Rose, bashing the father of a missing child. Yeah, that's one thing I can't get down with either. It's just hard to even fathom, because like I said, it doesn't make sense to me. I know Seth isn't perfect. Don't get me wrong. There's been things where I was like, well, okay, I would have done that differently, or maybe I wouldn't have said it like that. But, there's also things that people could watch me and say, I wouldn't have said it like that. I wouldn't have done it like that. You know what I mean? So, it's understandable. And, I try to give people grace, but it's just really hard, especially when we hear things like, Mom and Mr. Chris didn't like me very much. I don't really want to go back to the house. 5 CPS reports, all of the counseling notes from a once a week session for 37 weeks. It's just hard. Hey, Detroit Rock City, good to see you. Glad you're here. And James Cooper says CP loves to play games. Look at the prank calls that he made in Sling Blanket. Yeah, and the Texan. Right. And he also likes to do all those voices and be just a butt. I know. I did not like how he spoke about people either. He's also a flip-flop in my opinion. Well, and two, it's just hard because you know I respect it when people are straightforward, and maybe when they might say something like, well, I'm just going to tell it like I see it. Like, I do respect that, right? But when it comes to the point where you're not really considering how Seth is the one looking, Seth is the one doing the vigils, it's just so hard for me to even wrap my mind around thinking that Seth is doing the wrong thing when he's doing the right thing. So it just doesn't, I'm not making the connection. No, I'm not making the connection. Oh, Little Redo, we didn't do any clips tonight. We're just talking. We're just talking about the case. And Sasha Johnson says, I'm asking God to get justice for Sebastian because I think we need, manna from heaven. We need a miracle. We need a miracle. We just do. It's just been too long. In my opinion, Sebastian talked to people and he was too honest, didn't keep family secrets. Yeah, and that's the thing, when you're the truth teller, sometimes people don't like to hear that truth. And also, I think with him getting older, he was realizing like, hey, I have a voice, I can talk, I can advocate for myself. But I don't think he ever wanted to get anybody in trouble. And I agree with you, prayer warrior. It's like the family secrets, it's like, don't air your dirty laundry and things like that. Um, yeah, he does say that, James. He does say that he's not here to make friends. It's true. That is so true. Hey, Kelly, good to see you. Good to see you. We're just talking about Sebastian again and kind of, I have something special for you guys that I'm working on with Summer and Sebastian's case. So I'll be putting that out. But I didn't get a chance to like get anything together for us to present tonight, but we're kind of talking about Turtle Island and how Chris called into Turtle Island. And then also just kind of back and forth with what we're thinking about Sebastian. And Ada says, Baba, I stopped listening to Dolly because he makes jokes and sounds like he's bashing Seth, and it's gross to bash the only parent who has shown a sense of urgency to find Sebastian, in my opinion. I agree with that, Adis. I do. I do. And Princess Buttercup says, can't watch Dolly's no more. It's getting like all the other drama for cash, in my opinion. Always has been, but not now worse. So can't support those types. Once in a while, beans get spilled with the call-in shows, but that's it. Yeah, and I watched, just anytime the parents were on, like I did never watch Queen Bee, and then the parents were on it, so that's how I knew about that that program or that channel. And so, thank you, Seven True. Yeah, I think you guys are really gonna like it. It'll just shed some light on another case, and it'll be nice to kind of go over it. Summer's just such a beautiful little girl. It just breaks my heart. I don't know. It just completely breaks my heart knowing that we still haven't found her. I don't know. And Jen says, well, we already know who did it. It's too bad everyone is starting from the beginning all over again just to justify what we already know, in my opinion. Yeah, it is. It's so frustrating, because it's like, I was trying to figure out a way that we can kind of condense the whole entire, year into kind of like a presentation, like a giant timeline, right? But then again, it's so hard because so much has happened, and it's hard to be accurate when we don't know if we're getting accurate information, because I don't think that we were from the beginning. And that's just my opinion, but it would be nice to have that like solid timeline so that maybe we could go back and over it and say, okay, this is when this happened. Okay, so with this happening here, then this had to have happened here. But it's very difficult, right? Because what we're relying on is minimal, and when I say minimal, like barely anything from law enforcement, and then everything from what we hear from the parents. And that's Seth too, just to have um, a more objective look at things. But we're relying on what Seth is saying. We're relying on what Chris and Katie are saying. We're not relying as much on, like, say, video proof or recordings or text message proof, or even like emails or anything like that. We're not seeing that in this case, and we haven't seen it in this case. It's always just um, what Chris has said, what Katie has said. Then we go back and we watch Seth's interviews. Okay, Seth said this. Then we go back and watch Katie and Chris. Okay, Chris and Katie are saying this. And then, we're going back over here, and then we're listening to creators, Okay, well, we looked in this court document and it looks like they had a court hearing for custody here. And then we're going back and listening to what Chris has to say about the custody, arrangement and things like that. And then we have Nina who comes in, and Nina's like, hey, I'm his ex-wife, and I'll tell you what you need to know about Chris. And so it's a lot of hearsay, right? So it's very difficult, because again, when we hear Nina's story, and I believe Nina's story, I believe Nina's story wholeheartedly. Nina's story resonates with me in many ways, and I believe her 100,000%. But it's also her perspective. It's also hearsay to the events of what happened in her mind, and it's coming from a place where she's recollecting what happened, right? But then it's the same thing whenever we're hearing from them too. I would be interested to hear some of Sebastian's words in some of the counseling sessions, but then again, that's not our business. So it's just so hard, but I would like to hear his words. I would. He did SF and ummed his way through it like always. He sure did. He absolutely did. Cece says a child looking like an unliked parent is a risk factor for abuse. It certainly is. It certainly is. And how many pictures have we seen with bruises? And then they just put that newest one up of the computer, and they were telling us, oh, he's not allowed to have all that, but he had it. Did I take his out? Yeah, here we go. And then we look in this picture, and they've covered something up back behind his neck. I mean, all these pictures that are coming out. Hey, Hope Flo, it's good to see you. Mom first always. Hey, good to see you, hon. Welcome in, everybody. I get a little behind in chat because I really enjoy watching what you guys have to say and reading it off and stuff. Lore Lodge's first couple shows about Sebastian were info gathering, very open to all possibilities, looking at all parents, and then the possibility of a runaway, abduction, etc. Lore Lodge came to the conclusions based on research. I agree with that, C. Taylor. I really do. I think they did their due diligence. I definitely believe that. They booted me for asking them to ask specific questions, so I don't know why it's that it was crucial no one asked it. In the Lore Lads, I know they were booting people for green hearts, because I remember getting mad. I was like, I got put in timeout for green hearts, and I was like, what is that? But I got over it quick. I wasn't like, mad, but and Lore Lodge asked Seth some hard questions, but he was willing to answer them in hopes of doing whatever to find his son. Speaks volumes, in my opinion, compared to the other CP, KP, who only go on places who ask the softball questions. Right. Well, and they don't want to talk about Sebastian except for what he likes to eat and that sort of thing. And I didn't like that either, because there's only so many things that we can listen to that he likes to eat, To me, that's not as relevant, in my opinion, than telling us what happened that weekend, what happened Friday, what happened Saturday. Giving us the truth about what happened, And Lil Redo says, okay, so did I miss something that happened, Dolly? Yes. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. You guys are gonna. Cece says maybe you should invite her, Lady Freedom. You would be fair and kind to her. Yeah, I mean, I would be, Cece. I try to be, you know. I agree. I agree, Forrest. I agree. Yeah, and I mean, I would never be rude to somebody that came on the panel. I never would be. You know, I would let them speak their mind. And I know that, you know, sometimes people don't really like that and they want somebody to like stop from what they're saying, but um you know, sometimes if you ask people a question, they'll give you a lot if you just let them talk and listen and just listen to them, you know? And Butter Biscuit says, we can't forget that the same man teaching Sebastian to ride a bike is the same man throwing Sebastian's belongings in the trash. I agree. That is valid. And see, that's kind of why I wanted to get a timeline together too, is just to kind of put it in perspective, like in a short form. Um, you know, everything that we've seen, you know. And yes, Holly S, I do look at it as mocking Sebastian. And that was another thing that I didn't like to hear, like even on the Queen Bee interview when they were talking with Katie and Katie was bashing him about the, you know, the deodorant and, you know, let's embarrass him with, you know, telling everybody he likes Taylor Swift again. He's got a crush on her and what questions he was asking Google. Um, Kelly says, so was the video you showed Sebastian debunked? I think so, Kelly. I think we've kind of came to the conclusion that isn't Sebastian, unfortunately. Which I wish there was a different outcome. I really wished it was him and we could just go get him, you know. And by we, I don't mean me and all of you. I just mean the law enforcement agency closest to them. Hey, Jocelyn. Aw, the zoomies. They had the zoomies, little Reddo. Your little dogs are so cute. I just love them. Chris was going on a social media live chats discussing his, or excuse me, disguising his voice and threatening bodily harm when he could have been using those social media platforms to try to find his wife's son, in my opinion. I agree with that, Adis, 100%. 100%. You know? It's just one of those things where, you know, you just don't, you just don't do those kinds of things. Um, it's a very bizarre type of behavior to call in, act like Kermit the Frog, or act like who else was he doing? I mean, just all of them. What is that one? Daffy Duck. You know, he should have been doing those voices and being cutesy with his stepson, and maybe, you know, things would have been better at home. If he's that kind of a fun kind of a guy, then why not act like that to Sebastian? And C. Taylor says Sebastian already knew how to ride a bike in that video, in my opinion. Maybe he'd gotten a new bike. I suspected that was a video that CP recently added the audio to voiceover. I agree with that too, C. Taylor, because like he looked like he was really good on that bike. He really did. He looked like he was doing good. There was a little wobbly moment here and there, but like nothing, um, you know, as if it was like the first time he had ridden one. He looked like he was having a ball. You know, he looked free and like he was enjoying himself, you know. And Princess Buttercup says Sasha agreed. CP and KP seem to be two peas in a pod, seem to get off on pain. Yeah, well, I agree. I agree with that too. It just seems like, well, and also just maybe also just Katie just never sticking up for Sebastian, you know? Um, Meow says Seth said that he taught him how to ride a bike. I believe that. I believe that because I think Seth has the patience to do it. That's the problem with me believing that Chris has the patience to do it, because he didn't even have the patience to watch him riding a bike, let alone to teach him how to ride one. I mean, he was giving me trigger vibes, you know, go, 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 you know, and that sort of thing. Um, yeah, I'm not a big fan of the bike video. Let's just put it that way. Detroit Rock City says, I think he's a jackass. He thinks he's a comedian, so he's not, he's so not funny. I know, and see, that was the thing, like, I have a really good sense of humor, I think, guys. I can kinda, like, laugh and joke around and stuff, but, like, when he was on Cluminati, I didn't think it was funny, not one bit. I thought he was ridiculous, and I also didn't find anything like, the voices, the Sling Blade making me mad, but none of it was funny to me, in my opinion. It just was very odd and, um, making fun of Sebastian, mocking him, the neck grabs the diapers. Yeah, and you could just see that they covered something up there, guys. And I do editing and I edit the pictures and things like that. But no, And James says apparently thinks it's nothing but a joke, even though it is because of how CP has made it, slapping himself on his back, bragging about the greatest thing is that Sebastian disappeared, leaving no evidence. Well, and then also, like, when he initially called into the show, and he was like, why are they being so mean to those parents of that boy? And then, like, are they going to get any evidence on him? Like, I mean, he was like really pretending like he was, a he was just pretending like he was some random dude, but he was talking about Sebastian's case like it was weird. And then he's like, how do I get one of them t-shirts? And, like, it was weird. It was just weird. Um Lil Redo says, my opinion is she was drinking and went into a rage. He was injured and they had to cover it up, period. And I can't discount that either, Lil Red. I really can't. Because next to the premeditated, and I know that is like, basically kind of maybe two sides of the coin in a way, but I think that there could have been a snap or there could have been premeditation. And I've always thought it was premeditated, and it's just because they gave him, that the whole Sunday was like the best day ever, right? But then again, I can't put it past her that she might have done that because of the drinking that was just mentioned, that was like so bad that she would change her personality and she would get like really crazy and hit other people and things like that. Like that stuck with me, Little Red. It really did. So I can't discount that happening. And then also when you look at his neck, if Chris wasn't home to do that, then who did that? It's just odd. It's just really odd. KP staying by her man because of his boot size. Oh no, meow. What they say about those guys that wear a size 14 boot. And Butter Biscuit says, I wish Nancy had asked Katie where they had looked, since Katie said she went to the campground with Chris because Sebastian could be anywhere and everywhere. Exactly. Yeah, I do too. I wish she would have asked a little bit more, and at that point, I don't know what they talked about behind the scenes, but it even seemed like Nancy wasn't as aggressive as she usually is with them anyway, So, oh, hey, Star. And Betty Magger says that buffet full of wine bottles and whiskey bottles on the Holly interview said it all, in my opinion. Yeah, Betty, and I tried not to be too judgmental when I saw that, because I thought, well, maybe they have company over, and maybe if there's a barbecue. I've known a lot of people, excuse me, that will keep liquor in their house, but they don't drink every day, and it's maybe because they have company and stuff like that, or they, maybe they'll have a poker night or something. Hint, hint. But I didn't look at it in a negative light until much later. Well, and especially now that we have gotten some confirmation that that was an issue. then it makes me wonder if, Katie did come home and tie one on and like Lil Red saying, raged out and hurt Sebastian. And maybe she was in a drunken rage and, maybe, didn't realize her own strength this time, or, what Adam Montgomery said about poor little Harmony. I think I really hurt her this time. I mean, for somebody to say that, I think I really hurt her this time. Well, that wasn't the first time he had hurt her like that, but this time he really hurt her. Yeah, there's some type of perversion and violence that's truly the result. I agree with that, Sasha. There's something more going on. And if it was a perfect situation or dynamic, we wouldn't be here, And Cindy Dalton says, hello, everyone from Biloxi, Mississippi. Hey, Cindy, good to see you. Thank you for being here. And Sasha says, the court date was issued for the 8th when that's probably when the wheels started turning. And see, I was wondering about that too, Sasha, because like my initial theory was probably that it had been planned for like maybe a year or so, or maybe even 8 months or so. But then when I started looking more into it, it could be, a little bit less than that. It could be like a 3-month long thing, or maybe it was like the third or, second or third report, or maybe it was the third or fourth one. Something like that. Like it was being planned out like, hey, we can't keep having this going on, and he's trying to get me kicked out of my house, sort of thing. She is angry, blaming Sebastian. Right, Lil Redo, right. Yes, he was holding his ears, Sasha. Yeah, and blasting the music, and he may not have wanted it that high. Hey, Nancy Fleming, thank you for being here. Says, I love your show. Uh, After lockup, I followed it for years. Yeah, life after lockup. Yeah, and I just think it's because Gypsy's on there. Me and my Gypsy watching her. Lady V says every time they do speak up, they get attacked. They can't say or do anything right, it seems. Yeah, I will say that I think there would be people that would still look poorly on them. Like even, like I suggested, maybe getting the flyers and just going out together and showing people, like, hey, we are doing this. I feel like that would make a big difference, but I think that a lot of people wouldn't even, like sometimes, and we've talked about this here before, Lady V, it's like sometimes it's never good enough for people when somebody does try to change the road they're on, right? Like there's always time to change the road you're on, unless, the unthinkable happens and your life is over, right? But we kind of look at it like that, or I do, is like, it's never too late to do the right thing, kind of a thing. But then there's people out there that think that no matter, if they have a certain opinion about you, no matter what you do to try to change that opinion of yourself to them. Oh, sorry, here, I'll take this down, guys. That, it's never going to be good enough for them. So I understand where you're coming from, because I think that is true. I think that sometimes, like, no matter what somebody does, it's never going to be good enough for somebody else. They don't like you, and they're always just, nothing you can do is good enough. Now, I know that especially when people have gone through trauma and things have happened, and they decide like, look, one thing my mom would always say would be, screw me once, shame on you, screw me twice, shame on me. Like, because I allowed it the second time, right? Because I should have like not allowed you to screw me over again, knowing that you already did it once. So that was always one piece of advice that, I didn't always understand, but when I did it was like a kick in my arse, right? Like, oh, dang, okay, that's why, and that makes sense. But in the same way, oh no, Lori again, her little doggy's sick. Oh, honey. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I get it, Lady V. I do. And I will tell you, if I saw them making an effort, I have an old video out there. Old video. This is when Lady Freedom first started. No, but had participated in a chat in Duchess's chat because I thought that she was doing really good things for the case, and I thought it was very nice of her and awesome that she paid for the billboards and got that billboard fund raised and all that stuff. I thought that was amazing. And it was a live that she was doing to give away the t-shirts that Chris and Katie had come up with, and I promoted those t-shirts and stuff like that in my video. And I also did a video again on vulnerability. I've done one for Seth about vulnerability just recently, but this one was for Chris and Katie. And just to remind everybody that, look, you know, we're all human, right? And we all need a safe place to go and things like that. And I did give them kudos for doing the shirts and doing a giveaway and getting awareness out there and things like that, because I think it's important. I think that, like, if people are never given a chance to do better and you're just always like, no, you're a piece of crap and you're never going to change, then why would they change? They're not going to try because their efforts are, you know, fall on deaf ears, or people are hateful about it and things like that. So I don't agree with that mindset. You know, I try to be a little bit different. But you know, again, I'm not always going to get it right either, because I'm just a regular old person up here just talking about this stuff. But I agree. I think that if they do good, then people should praise them for that. If they're doing bad, then people are going to say bad things. I understand that. So I can see it from both perspectives. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Well, in Rogue, I did notice that bitterness from Seth, or bitterness towards Seth. And you know, it's weird because at the beginning it didn't seem like they were interested in doing that to each other. But then I think when Chris had said something about, and this bothered me. This bothered me a lot. I can't lie. I mean, it really got my goat, because they're like sitting there saying, he was sitting there saying things like, well, if people knew really about who Sebastian is, and they wouldn't look for him and things like that. When that started, I think that Seth felt the need to, you know, tell the truth and say what was going on, right? He was like, well, this is really why he would say that, because people kept asking and asking, and people were like, well, how come you don't like Faith being around Sebastian? Like, people were really truly, in my opinion, now some people might have had ill will, or some people might have wanted to know because they're just nosy, or they just, you know, whatever, but I think people were really genuinely trying to figure out, like, well, was poor little Faith in danger? Why would somebody not want an older sibling around a younger sibling? You know, we were trying to understand it more than, you know, trying to be nosy. But then we find out that there wasn't really a good reason. It was just something Chris was saying, and then it really upset a lot of people. But I know that there was a level of bitterness because of Katie came out and said, you know, you shouldn't have told my son's story, blah blah blah. You know, which I understand that a lot of times stories, you know, are wanted to be told by the people that have gone through it. Yeah, Forrest says, Rogue, I know, I get that, but brazen people do brazen things. Yes, they do. They do. And it's just always good to remember, you know. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, I wondered if anyone has asked KP's appearance, or asked about KP's appearance the morning Sebastian went missing. Was she tired, hungover, rested, in PJs, dressed for work, dressed in regular clothes? Think John Benet Ramsey. Those are such great questions. Like, those are the questions that I wonder about too, because again, we don't hear like that there were showers for anybody the night before, right? Did Katie get up and take a shower and then she went and woke up Sebastian? But she never said that, you know? Yeah, does she get dressed typically and then go get Sebastian up? Or does she, you know, kind of do everything in her PJs and she's not ready yet? She gets Sebastian on the bus and then she takes her shower and leaves for work. You know, what is that? And how did that work that morning? Because that would say a lot. And it might say a lot about, what we are thinking, because maybe Katie was already, ready to go to work and everything like that. So, oh, sorry, I just got a text message here. There we go. But James says, I think he was holding his ears because of the music playing outside the restaurant over the PA, and maybe was enough that it bothered his ears. Yeah, and that could very well be too, because he maybe didn't like the song, or it was too loud, and that sort of thing. Oh, okay. Hey, Debbie Chan, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Lady Freedoms, everybody. Oh, have a wonderful night, Connie. Thank you for being here. Forrest says it does rub off that's why I don't listen to it. I want to keep my head clear for Sebastian. I agree, Forrest. That's me too. Me too. Yeah, if I hear the bad stuff, I'm like, Yeah, I understand that, Lady V. I like to hear all the sides too, because how do you make a good decision if you don't hear all the sides? You're right. You're right. Yeah, it's like then you can't really you're not making a whole informed decision, right? Because you're not informed on some of it. I completely understand and I agree. Um Austin says it's extra weird that one of the last names of Janine Christie's rambles on about lives on one of the streets in Missouri. Oh, really? That the news mentioned Gallatin Road nearby, and then that. Yikes. Really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that, Austin. Thank you for letting me know. Holy cow. I didn't know that. How weird. I don't think either her or her son has any true feelings. Yeah, I didn't know that either, Forrest. I mean, that's crazy. Thanks, Rogue. Thank you so much for dropping that, hun. I do too, Lil Redo. I can't stand that man. He just thinks he's like God's gift to women, too. That Anna Montgomery. Oh boy, does he ever. And Forrest says, but she needed the rug, so she allowed it, in my opinion. Kayla did. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Poor little Harmony. Okay, guys, I'm so behind here. Let's see. No, they win money. Josh won 300. Oh, really? Polly's Cookies? I didn't know they won anything. Good to see you, honey. Oh my goodness, $300. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. See, guys, I'm silly, and when I hear things, I just I can't help but laugh. Betty, agree about the sadness. Oh my $300. What does Dolly do? Cash? Does he cash app that stuff or what? God. Yes, Jen, very handsome young man. He is. He's so sweet. Just his little face. I mean, the pictures and then the baby pictures, of course. Well, I'm a mom, and I'm just like, oh, look at him. He's a baby. And I know everybody's, and I feel the same way. I think we need the updated ones. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, just when you look at him when he's a baby, it's just like, oh my God, look at that dimple. There it is. You just see. And his blonde hair. Oh my goodness. And Betty says, I feel most comfortable here. Lady Freedom's raw narratives. Aw. First born of freedom, mother of dragons. Aw. Thank you, Betty. You're so sweet. Thank you. Oh, she was my favorite character. She always went for the justice, though, did she? Oh, man. She was something else. She'd go from place to place, and yeah. Nathan says, almost reminds me of how Chris had his PI collect all surveillance video. Chris and his soldiers are now creating a monopoly on creators to control the message. Yeah, Nathan, I I can see that. I thought that that was strange how they got all that footage. And, you know, who wouldn't give the footage? Like, if I was a neighbor and the parents asked me, I'd be like, yes, ma'am and sir. And oh my God, I'm praying for you guys. I hope you find him, you know, so like unsuspecting, they really were. Um, Aw, James, thank you. How sweet of you. That's so sweet. Thank you guys. That makes me feel so good. Oh man, Mob Crew is awesome. Oh, he got a boom shakalaka the other day because or yesterday because of his video. I was just like, thank you. Because like his theory really like when he did that, it like put everything together for me. And I'm like, this is what I've been trying to say. But the way he does it with the overlays and then the little car, like I can't figure out how to do a car like that. It was just, I don't know, very well done. Very well done. Um, yeah, Betty, that's true. Betty, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Oh man. Hey Tony Fire, good to see you from South Africa. Yay, I'm so glad you're here. And Green Hoodie looked like she was waiting for the KP to come out. Yeah, she was creeping around the parking lot for sure, for sure. For sure, for sure, for sure. All right, let's see. I think I saw a comment. Hey, Jana, good to see you, hon. Good to see you. Maleficent says, I'm still here. I just don't talk much unless I have something to say. I'm just checking in with you to let you know I'm weird. Aw, Maleficent, I'm glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here. I love having all you guys. I love having the different. I'm glad that everybody can be mature and have a good conversation. And maybe if somebody says something that you don't agree with, but that's not a reason to hate and stuff. Aw, of course, of course. Jana, we went over the book earlier. I was telling everybody I'm hoping to get the next chapters out and stuff like that so we can get a live put together and of course. And we appreciate everything you do too, because you're so awesome and helping spread your sister's story and you guys are gonna really like these next chapters. I had a chance to go over them because I was trying to like read them first before I read them this time, and I think you guys are just gonna love it. You just are. You're gonna love it. Um, and Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says because he went to prison and is reformed allegedly, he makes fun of Wade Wilson, and I think he makes fun of other criminals. Haven't watched him. Oh, gotcha. The Pablo. Okay, Pablo. I gotcha. And SF is going after the Mob Crew also again. Says a lot, in my opinion, that all those channels like Mob, Silvers, Laura Lodge, and others, etc., are on the right track. Well, I think so too. And I think that's why they were so upset about that photo enhancement. You know, because I didn't say like, oh, hey, this is Chris and Katie. Like, no, I was saying, what do you think? What do you see? Like, I would never, because I do believe in the due process of law, and I believe that, like, in my opinion, if we were to allow, you know, one person to experience an injustice, like, you know, not having a fair trial and only being tried in the court of public opinion. I wouldn't want that done to me. You know, I would want to be able to go in and tell my story and my side of things and have a fair trial and not get, you know, falsely accused of anything. Nobody wants that. So that's why those things, you know, we have to kind of respect that. We can have our opinions, but we can't just be like, these people are guilty, guilty, guilty. Like, even if we think they are, we can't. You know, and yeah, adults bullying should know better. See, and that's the thing, Aries. That's what bothers me. That's what bothers me. I love how your name's trademarked. Jumpsuit Pablo served 10 years in prison at a young age, and now he's a huge advocate for victims. He's very open about his past and uses it to help others. See, that's great, C. Taylor. And see, and that is a great example of kind of what I was talking about earlier. And I'm sorry if I'm real behind in chat, guys. It's like somebody like Jumpsuit Pablo, you know, like he's doing his best now to advocate for victims. That's what we need. We need people to do that. And we need people that kind of know the ins and outs of and have been there, right, with experiences like that. You know, if you can become rehabilitated, which is super hard to do, by the way. Like if you get put in jail for, or excuse me, prison. It's not even jail. If you get put in prison for something and you're around all of these other people, you're maybe bound to learn like worse habits. But if you go in there and you can change and better yourself and you can become rehabilitated, then that's in my opinion, it's rare, and it's something that would be very difficult to do in an environment where it's a lot easier if you get on the bandwagon with the people doing wrong, right? And so if you're about to do right and you say, you know what, I learned my lesson from this. That was not a smart thing. Um, that's what life is about, right? It's about not doing the same things over and over again and expecting a different result. And it's about helping other people. And it's about like, hey, I made a mistake, but I'm never doing that again. And also, I'm going to do something good to kind of not even counteract it, but just do better, but if we never give people a chance to do it, then why would they? If it's like, oh well, you're always just going to be, that one thing that you did. We can't do that, or there's no reason to change it. Aw, thank you, Lori. Oh, Lady V, that's nice of you. She says, I have to say that your chat and you are very welcoming and you can articulate your thoughts and reasons very well. Unlike some others, it's refreshing. Thank you for including me. Yes, of course. Of course. You'll always be included. And I appreciate your comments too, and just being respectful of disagreeing respectfully. If we all make a good example, guys, it will rub off on people. It really will. Aw, thanks, Detroit. Good gosh, you guys are so sweet. Hey, Adam Forever 21. Um, Detroit is the best. We love you, Detroit. Oh, it's the best. Sorry, sorry for us to misread. But yeah, if we all kind of do that, maybe it'll be a little different. Hopefully. Polly's, thank you. Polly's cookies, thank you so much. So sweet. Yeah, and I didn't have anything good for you guys tonight, but I'm working on something good. I promise. I promise. All right, hold on a second here. I got another text. Sorry, Lil Redo. Thanks, Blessed. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Blessed. Make sure you thank Blessed, guys. I know I'm a little bit behind here. Oh, that was so sweet of you. Let's see, guys. Hey, Tori, good to see you. Hey, Suzanne. It seems like SF blurs the stuff. Oh, oh gosh, when he blurred that darn stuff. Hey, Crafts and Paint says I was in shock when I found out he was missing. Oh, okay. Hey there. Okay, so Crafts and Paints, I know you were someone who maybe allegedly had a date with Chris. At some point. Yes, thank you guys. Thank you guys. Let me look. Hey, Meg. Carl from Sling Blade asking for a poster of a missing boy. Exactly. I know. And poor Carl. I liked Carl, and I think he did a good deed, even though he unalived somebody, and then he was calm and ate his biscuits and mustard. I thought he did a good job. Poor Carl. Crafting and Paint says, when I first started talking to him on Bumble, I was thinking he was in an open relationship and had no clue. Oh man. And Bumble is kind of like to meet people, right? It's like a dating website. Hey, Car Guy, good to see you, Car Guy. And hello to Mrs. Car Guy too. Aw, thank you. Adam Forever 21 says, yes, that's a sad story on that girl. He showed me a pic of his daughter in the wallet, but not of his son. Oh, okay. Of Little Faith. Oh man. Oh man. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to skip over just to catch up here. I have a son with Crohn's disease and was telling him my struggle, and he told me that he had a son who passed. Oh, boy. But he didn't have a picture in his wallet, though, of the son that passed. How horrible, right, Meg? Oh, God. That's so weird. I do have proof. I sent it to TBI, the log about our initial messages. Yeah, because I was wondering about that. Because I know that, like, when you go on those social sites, you might see somebody's profile and you might say, okay, I like that profile, or that looks like an interesting person I'd like to get to know. And then you message them. So I knew that there had to been some way for you to kind of show show the TBI. How, if you don't mind me asking, how long after Sebastian was missing did you kind of meet up with him? Um, yeah, MS. I hear you, honey. I hear you. Yeah, and I don't fault. Hey, look, I can go down to the store right now and, well, it's kind of probably too late, but I could go down to the store right now and get something to drink because I'm over 21, right? I'm well over 21. And and I wouldn't want to be faulted for that. So I get it, hun. I get it. And I didn't look at it as anything bad. Just until they were saying things like, that the demeanor change. And I know that Crafts and Paints, you had said that Chris's demeanor had changed when you all went out for a drink at the bar. And that must have been kind of scary if you were on a first date. Hey, Scranton. It was on the first of 3 days we talked. I sent TBI screenshots of our conversation on Bumble. Okay, awesome. Yeah. And I mean, they're the ones that really need to see it. He said something very strange to me one night that I can't shake. Oh boy. Only sent TBI the log. That's understandable. That's understandable. Because they're the ones that need to see it. Really, we're just we're prying eyes, and we, yes, MS. That's my question too. We're prying eyes, and it's really none of our business, honestly. But and we, in the same way, we want to know if it's going to bring us closer to Sebastian. I think he said Tennessee. Sorry, I'm so behind, guys. Bradleyville is 70 miles from Hendersonville. I'm going to go check out Jumpsuit Pablo, guys. I was on a channel that covered Riley Strain because I was following that when he went missing. Then Sebastian popped up. Yep. Then I see Chris and was in shock. Like, oh my God, I went out with him months ago. Oh my gosh. So it was... Okay, I'm going to read that again. So I was on a channel that covered Riley Strain. Because I was following that when he went missing. Then Sebastian popped up. Then I see Chris and was in shock, like, oh my God, I went out with him months ago. So months before. Oh, wow. I knew by his voice immediately. He does. I would know his voice immediately as well. I believe so, and I've never dated him, right? But I just I edit him a lot. But I think I would, yeah, Scranton. I believe that too. Yeah, Dolly's position is he thinks Seth is innocent in this case. He doesn't think he's a great guy, but he didn't do anything to Sebastian. I agree with that. Yeah, I feel like that's the way I always understood him, coming off. So, and he is sus and of KP, yeah, and CP, but he can't say they did anything either without more proof. Absolutely, yeah. I don't fault him for that at all. I don't even fault, I don't fault him for anything really. I mean, like I said, I'm just not, supportive anymore. He is a womanizer, like that song by Britney Spears, womanizer, womanizer, oh, womanizer. Yeah, he is. He's a womanizer. For sure. He will flirt with everybody that he can. Chris Proudfoot. That's why I thought maybe a decoy might work to get some information out of Mr. Chris. Hey, Miss Machete, good to see you. TB, I honestly didn't care at all, and I understand they must have their hands filled, so I just left it be. Ugh, I'm sorry. Yeah, but they should have said something. I guess because it happened before, but he's talking about how his son was no longer with us anymore, and that it's my understanding that he had possibly passed away in a car wreck. Did I hear that right? Crafts and Paint? It's funny when we think about the 5 degrees, or what is it, 6 degrees of separation. Dogs next. Yeah, thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Carrie Star. Good to see you, sweetheart. Thank you, Lil Redo. Okay, I will contact the other link. Yeah. Would you be willing to share it, Crafting and Paints? Like, would you be willing to share the information, or do you feel like it's something that's really more so for law enforcement to see? Just because I don't mind speculating, and of course, guys, this is all alleged in, excuse me, this is all alleged in Crafts and Paint's point of view, right? Her experience, and and I'm not discounting her experience at all. Thank you so much, Carrie. We just have to say that because we don't have, if I popped up like even proof of one thing, I would not have to do the alleged as much. But I just don't want to accuse anybody that didn't do anything, but I understand it sounds like your story is stayed very consistent from what I've heard. Detroit Rock City says Crafting and Paints, that's disheartening. You should send the info to Dog. There could be a clue that, yes, might be important. I agree. Because I think it speaks volumes if he was saying things like that before Sebastian went missing. I mean, that part, I guess I misunderstood. I kind of thought it was after the fact. Yeah, thanks, guys. I gotcha, Princess Buttercup. I gotcha. That makes sense. I understand that, Crafts and Paints. Yeah, no, I understand that. And you have a safe space here. Like I said, I'll just say that allegedly in your opinion, you know what I mean? And I appreciate you coming in and sharing your story because it's important. I think that there could be a clue too in something that he has said that maybe we're not aware of too. So, because I know like At Night has gone through and done some pretty extensive research, right? And so they might know more about, kind of what to look for more than we would anyway. And I'm sorry that you were put in that position. I know it's really hard. I just know it's really hard. Hey, Margaret. I know it's really hard when you're out in the dating world to find a nice person. You know what I mean? It's really tough. Was he like drinking pretty heavily, or was he what people have already called me a fraud, so I retreated back and have been afraid to talk. Oh, I'm so sorry, Crafts. Just because we don't like what somebody has to say or their opinions on something does not make them a fraud, guys. Oh, Detroit, I know. Well, it's just scary that anybody can join those sites. It's like they should like check it against like the marriage license registry or something. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's and I'm sorry that you had to go through that, Crafts, because I think anybody that comes out with information that people don't like, they're tending to get bullied in this situation. And I'm not saying it doesn't happen on both sides. I just know that it is happening. And I don't think it should be. Hey, KJ Mac. Yeah. Yeah. To many of us. Exactly, MS. Exactly. And I agree with that. Um, we all have our sides of the story, right? So, I mean, I think the only reason why somebody might get like overly angry for somebody telling one side of a story or the other is one, if it's a lie, or for two, which I'm not saying it is, just giving examples. But for two, if it's something that they're really upset about not getting out, that's getting out, so that's one thing to consider there too. Um, because it does seem like sometimes when we're on the right path in this case, it's turns into a real hate fest. Miss Machete says it's not like you have anything to gain from it, Crafts. Why would you be a fraud? Very true. Good point, Miss Machete. They like to intimidate anyone that looks at the Proudfoot sideways. I agree with that too. I do agree with that. There's certain people that really are upset with that, Um, whether it's overly upset or maybe just a little bit upset, we're all going to get upset about little things that we don't like. But it's the over being overly upset makes me wonder then. KJ Max said it's scary to think there are people like CP out there on dating sites. It is, or just married people, because I know if you're single and you're looking for something, serious, you don't really want to mess with a married person. Plus, you don't want to hurt somebody, or if they have a family, And Rogue says you can tell him that you fear for your life when telling him this. Dog the bounty hunter will make sure yes, you are safe. I believe that, Rogue, too. I believe that. I think that is a really good point to make sure to let people know, how you're feeling about it too. And I do believe it's anonymous. It's not like you have to say anything. And I would recommend sending it to them too, because I'll tell you, Crafts, when I sent in the tip the other day, and I also sent in some other things to them, they got back to me right away and let me know that it was received. So at the very least, you'll get that much more, from them than you did from law enforcement, which I'm not bashing law enforcement either. It's hard, but I'm just going kind of based on what your experience was. I just want you to feel more comfortable knowing that if you do turn in a tip to Dog and his team, he will get back to you at the very least. And Carrie says, Crafts and Paints, we believe you 100%, and you have a good reason to be afraid to put out all of that information. CP and his family are vindictive. I mean, I can't even say it better, Carrie. I can't, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we have Loretto. Have we ever? Oh my goodness. And I don't, I'm like, aren't you guys bored yet? Like, I don't know, guys. My life is not interesting. It's like, true crime, and then coming up here and talking to you guys, and then, rinse, repeat. Um, And Machete says, guaranteed, Crafts and Paint, stay far away from the hate channels. Yeah, and just ignore. The best thing that you can do too is ignore it. Unless they're doing something like very, very bad, like if they try doxing or something like that, then there's a cyber stalking division of the FBI. There's a lot of places that you can, and you can also, there is an cyberbullying number for Dog too, just so you guys know. And I'll add those resources and links in the description of this video. So if you guys are experiencing anything like that, you can go ahead. You can also always report it to YouTube, although YouTube doesn't do anything about it. But it can make you feel better to report it. And it leaves a paper trail, which is really, really important, because they do email you back. And so you get that. So then that way, if somebody says, well, did you report it here? Did you report it? You can be like, yes, 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 Um, It's awful. It's awful, Rogue. It is. It is. And Crafts and Paints, you're very brave for coming forward and saying your side of what happened, and nobody should get blamed for that. They really shouldn't. Unless it's like an outright lie, then that's wrong. But if it's like you believe that this is how it is, okay, good. That then it needs to be said. So I appreciate you. Um, and Princess Buttercup says, yes, James, I think someone should send the live to dog along with CP on a date, son deceased by car. Yeah. Yeah. By a car hit. Yeah. Info. I mean, who would say something like that? Like, it's weird. It's weird. Yeah. Never, 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 never. MS. Very good advice. Also, never let any of the guys you met know where you live. Exactly. Exactly. Stay anonymous and tell a girlfriend. Or a family member you trust or somebody, say this is where I'm going and this is, I'm meeting somebody for a date and blah blah blah. Um, just to keep yourself safe because it's scary out there. There's some great people on the dating websites that really want another great person, and then there's the other people that like to prey on people, unfortunately. You know. And Carrie says, I would just recommend telling dog and at night they may have other info already and it could help. Yeah, them search for Sebastian. I agree, Carrie. And especially you've done the best you could. You did the right thing by telling law enforcement and they have it. And so now if you send it to dog, that's even, double better. Yeah, and stay anonymous. Yes, always stay anonymous as much as you can. Because the only reason people on the internet or somebody that doesn't know you or have a reason to come over to your house would want to come to your house is so they can hurt you. Um, and that's what's so worrisome about the people that are so relentless online. It's like, what's their name, where do they live, and it's like, why do you need to know that information? Like, that's psychotic. Like, they're not going to they're not going to try to bake you a cake and knock on your door, I guarantee it. They are unhinged individuals and you really have to be careful. You just really have to be careful. um yes, little Redo, exactly, the sociopath. It seems this is what you're looking for. Yeah. Yeah, here, unfortunately. Well, it's weird that he'd go out with you before that and then also just, I don't know. It makes sense to me that he wouldn't have a picture of Sebastian though, because his mom didn't have any pictures of Sebastian on her Facebook, which I thought, I mean, I was completely blown away by that. I will say she didn't have any pictures of Chris on there though either, so that, just to be fair. um Polly's Cookie says Crafts and Paints is showing real courage by speaking out for the benefit of Sebastian. She could have just stayed quiet, as I'm certain so many still are doing in this case. I believe that too, Polly. Yes, Cookies, yes. Um, CP has his reasons and threats. Yeah, and it's scary. It is scary. Nobody wants to be threatened just for talking, just for saying what they think happened or how they think things went down. Um, TBI doesn't get back to a lot of people. True, true. Miss Machete, yeah, you're talking on Julie's this morning. Yes. And they don't. And I think maybe if you were to ask them maybe a question, they might. I never asked them a question. I was just like, I hope this helps. You know what I mean? That's the only thing I did. Um, Detroit says crafting and paints. How long was it before Sebastian was missing, if you don't mind me asking? That's a good question. I think she said a couple months, but KJ Maxx says perhaps crafting can make a statement via an attorney to hide her identity. That's a good idea, KJ Mack. I didn't think about that one, but yeah, just anything to keep yourself safe, Um, MS, it's such a good book. And Carrie says, I believe his team will look out and deep dive into yeah, and they may find it. And you weren't the only one. Right, exactly, Carrie, that you weren't the only one, and there's someone else they find, and even more info, crafts and paints. Exactly. There may have been other girls that he was like confiding in and being like, my marriage is bad. I don't want to be around, and telling them a different story. I mean, that's such a great point, Carrie. Such a great point. And Sasha says, I firmly believe the officer is extremely suspect in the Strain case. Um, yeah, poor Riley. I'm still super sus of the frat. That's just my opinion. I've never been happy with the way that they treated Riley. You don't do that to a friend. Rogue says, oh, I agree, Little Red. It's sad. One has to be, has to become that for whatever they have experienced or raised, but the real victims are the victim of these people who are sick. Exactly, Rogue. Exactly. Sociopath next door. Thanks, Loretto. Yes. Next book is Charlie Manson. Yeah, Miss Machete, that's a good point. I'm sure that wasn't the only date. He loves to talk, especially when buzzed up. Adam Forever 21 says, me and the kids are sending purple balloons to heaven tomorrow. Adam's last day here. Oh, with us 3 years. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, I hope that your balloon launch goes really well, Adam Forever 21, and I know it will. And I'll be saying prayers with you tomorrow too. I will. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope it goes great. And purple is a color. We'll change our banner tomorrow for purple for Adam. Yes, and I will be praying with you. My gosh, that's got to be so tough. And Bless says, Rogue, my pleasure. Thank you for your excellent mod skills. Yeah, Rogue's awesome. This channel is the kindest, most informative true crime channel going because, oh, mods like you. Thanks, Bless. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. Yes, the mods are amazing, guys. You guys are all amazing. Just the whole community. And Craft and Paint says he was into very violent and sexual stuff because that invoked asphyxiation. Oh no, and role playing like I was oppressed too. Oh, he only wanted degrading sexual situations, and when we talked sexual, it was only degrading. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh, thanks, Rogue. Gosh, I am so sorry, Crafts and Paints. Oh my gosh. When that kind of stuff just creeps me out, it's just because, even if it is only in like a they say, oh, I just like to do that, I'm not trying to hurt you or anything, but like it can go wrong so fast when somebody is like cutting off your air supply. My goodness. Oh, guys, just please don't engage in those activities. Please, please, please. Rogue, thank you. I know. Oh my goodness. It's the control. It's the control. That's what they oh gosh, and that's Detroit Rock City says, I wonder how many women he's lied to, how many dating sites he's been on. Maybe you coming forward will help them put more pieces of the puzzle together, in my opinion. That's very true. That is very, very, very true. And, you just don't know what kind of little bit of information they're looking for because they've kept because they've kept everything so close to the vest. So just that little something could turn into, a very big clue or a very big piece of evidence that they didn't have before. Yeah, and maybe oh gosh, that's so true, Rogue. You guys got to be careful, Carrie. That's so true. Oh my goodness. Well, they act like it's no big deal. They act like, oh, I just, and it's like, no, that could really, like, you could take somebody's life and on accident even, and then, oh my God. Mm-mm. Carrie is right. Carrie says he has serious control issues and is rumored to that behavior got him forced into the Navy. I heard that too. I heard that, and yeah, I don't have it confirmed, but I did hear that. Sasha says the way I see it is we have no evidence, no investigation was done, and searching really isn't the angle, but it's still an option. Yeah, I do think that well, I think there's more. I think there's a lot more evidence, Sasha. I just think they're not sharing it, you know? KJ Max says it has long been my opinion, and I have said that I suspect he has proclivities, right? Right. Mark Redwine keeping his a secret ended in him unaliving Dylan. He needed to be under the microscope. Oh my gosh, yes. That is another case that mirrors Sebastian's case so very, very much, is Dylan Redwine. If you guys ever, and maybe we'll watch some of Dylan's story. His dad took his life because he found out about his dad's little kind of sexcapades, and they were quite embarrassing. Let's just put it that way. And it's super freaky, Detroit. It's super freaky, and not in a good way. Like, hey Jude, good to see you. Good to see you, hon. James says, but CP should have had pictures because according to CP, the pictures that KP was taking at the restaurant was sent to him, as CP said. See, and he did say that. I keep meaning to grab that that clip. Yeah, I keep meaning to grab that up. Oh, it's so interesting, Miss Machete. I love going over and watching. Hey, Mama Bear. Mama Bear said when Katie posted on the neighborhood Facebook when Sebastian went missing, she didn't include a photo of him at all. Yeah, and see, that is weird. See, that's weird. Princess Buttercup said, did Stephen Crabtree delete that live search he went on with CP Cletus with a spirit box and searched area near where speculating that Sebastian could have been hit by a car near that that live needs to get to dog. Oh, yeah. See, I don't watch Crabtree. CP Cletus in a spirit box. That just sounds like a good title for my next live. No, I'm just kidding. Hopefully law enforcement really checked the fire out anyway to find out. Yeah, I mean, I thought they did, Sasha, because I thought they did, but I don't know. Hey, I got change. Good to see you. Carrie Star, absolutely, he does. Thank God. Oh. Go back to the home search and cleaning company and the dump and the fire and search. I don't know. Law enforcement has to do it all digital records, pings for months. Investigating. I don't know. Anything could pop up. Yeah, it really could. I mean, that's why it doesn't hurt. They got to look at every aspect. They really do. They really, 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 really do. Aw, thanks, Polly's Cookies. Thank you. Yes, and I'm going to put purple on our scroll tomorrow, too, for Adam. That's a good thing. And I hope that all goes well. And Scranton says if he was saying this before 226, that's big. I mean, that's what I'm saying, Scranton. And I think maybe because, all the information was coming in and you guys probably did tell me that, but then it just kind of clicked when I read. I was like, let me read this again. And it kind of clicked for me. And I was like, oh my gosh, so he was saying this beforehand, because I was thinking, I mean, it just doesn't seem like a secret that CP's kind of a ladies' man. You know what I mean? I tease and I make fun of him about it and stuff, but it's like, it just seems, and I thought it was like shortly afterwards, so I thought he was like letting her know. I mean, either way, I guess it wouldn't be good because he's saying that, after, but he doesn't really know what happened. Hey, Starflower. I started dating recently after 4 years of being a widow, and I had a guy start choking me during a kiss. Oh no. I had driven my car, came home and blocked his number. Oh my gosh, Starflower. See, and that is so scary. Like, I can't see with I just it just can go so wrong. And then they'll be like, oh, well, she liked that kind of thing. And then they'll blame it, and Mama Bear says, for some odd reason, I thought CP and KP were in the epitome of a 50 Shades of Grey movie in their real life. It kind of seems like that, Mama Bear. I think they kind of have that, but it's such a fine line to walk. It's scary. And see, I just don't, the pain thing is not a good, and just as detailed as text email at night, and so that they know at least a deep dive in the internet and the aspect also related to them. Yeah, his sex talk preferences can help find him online. Right. Well, because he's got to be on other sites. See, I was thinking that too, I need a list of perv code words. I believe flavors is one of my oh boy. Well, and it is creepy, and just try to be creative with it. But I know it's like, I mean, how are we gonna communicate when we don't say the real words? That's what kills me. Yeah, James, it's just kind of nerve-wracking. We have to remember it takes sometimes years for arrests, and they have to have enough beyond a reasonable doubt. That's right. In circumstantial cases, data takes a long time to gather too. It sure does, Carrie. That's a good reminder. So thank you, because I mean, it takes a long time. A long, long time. And to compile it all together and to put it into what makes sense, and yeah, food and music, Miss Machete. That's what's weird, Carrie Star Plus, I think they were hoping it would lead them to Sebastian or his final resting place. Oh, poor could be someone that could be involved in sea trafficking, if you ask me. Definitely matches the profile. See, that's what worried me, James, after seeing the yellow jacket. It really brought that theory into my mind. Starflower says, I have worked really hard to know my worth, and I don't accept that kind of behavior. Amen. Amen. And that's it's about knowing your worth too. And that's what's so hard, especially when you've been in a bad relationship, or when you grew up in a bad household, right? Or maybe not a bad household, it's just a toxic something that was going on, right? And it takes a long time to build your confidence back up. It takes a long time to remember, like, hey, I am worth it. I'm worthy. I'm good enough. It's very difficult. And, that's where good affirmations come into play, where you can, look at yourself and every day in the mirror, tell yourself something good. Like, hey, you're pretty, you're smart, you're awesome. You did a good job on that thing the other day at work. You succeeded. Hey, you're working towards a goal, and you're gonna make sure that goal happens. Like, tell yourself positive self-talk, because we all are guilty of it. I definitely am guilty of negative self-talk, right? But if we remember to give ourselves, more grace and leeway, right? And just say, hey, I'm human. I'm only human, but I'm doing the best that I can, right? And I'm going to do better every single day. I'm trying to do better, or whatever we have to do. But there's a lot of positive affirmations out there that we can be saying to each other, and ourselves, instead of being like, I'm not good enough. I'm not tall enough. I'm not short enough. I'm not, because there could be all kinds of things we could say. Well, I wish my hair was brown, or I wish my hair was blonde. I wish my hair was, red. Things like that, but really it's what's inside that really counts. Oh, Barry Morphew. Oh gosh. That is so frightening. Nothing like good old innocent days of dating in the early 80s. Amen, Polly's cookies. It's like, even, like when I got together with my ex-husband, I was only 16 years old. And when we divorced, I was 29, 28. And like, it was a totally different, like, whole different world. Like, I had no idea what the hell I was doing. I was like a moron in a whole unknown world. And the thing is it's hard when you work and you have kids, or when you're just busy life, right? It's hard to go out, and then, you don't always want to meet somebody at the bar, and then people say, well, you need to go to church and meet a nice guy at church, and then you watch Dateline and they're like, they met at church, and you're like, oh man, never mind. But of course you do hear they met on the dating website Plenty of Fish, and things like that too. So Detroit Rock City says all the talk about them being swingers may very well be true, and I've even said too, I'm like, I don't care who they date or whatever, if they dated or if they had an open deal or what. But I also think that maybe there could be something now to that. If there, it just bothered me when I heard that his demeanor changed so drastically when he was drinking, because sometimes people can drink and, they don't have the ill effects, but then there's sometimes when people drink and it's like, wow, like they were so mean, like they usually don't get like that. And so that was interesting to me. Oh, you have to be so careful, Starflower. I'm so glad you made that decision though, to just cut off, and go your separate way, because I mean, oh god, they have to see, I just can't handle things like that because of what I went through. And so, like, to me, someone saying something like that, like, ugh. Mama Bear says the hard, sad reality is that many parents who get away with red rum, and I think KP and CP are hoping they're two of those who do. Yeah, well, it just almost seems like they think they already got away with something, in my opinion. Sometimes I get that vibe really hard from them, where they're like, oh, we're in the clear. It's been a year. And, it's like, oh, gosh. I know. I don't know. And Carrie says 5D hindsight and safe place clip that video. I think of CP saying that when searching with them. Oh, okay. Thank you. Those are all good channels. I think that's where I saw Shay. I saw it on Shay's, but I'll look in hindsight too, and 5D. And that's that one. Well, maybe that will be my title next time, guys. I'm just kidding. Well, if Sebastian was hit by a car, then it was a car behind, or it was CP behind the wheel, in my opinion. Well, it just reminds me of like when they were telling him to do that to Nina, and then I'm like, oh gosh, did they do that to Sebastian? Just those little things that pop into my head. Why is she taking pictures of the Texas Roadhouse? Sebastian at the Roadhouse. Seth didn't get them. Anyone know? Well, as far as I know, Chris got them. I don't know why Seth wouldn't have. Somebody told me that they were talking earlier in the day, and that Seth did get a picture at the bowling alley, but I don't remember him ever showing a picture at the bowling alley. Miss Machete says Detroit Rock City. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Seems like they switch it up. I figure the rumor didn't come from nowhere. It's so random. It strikes me as true. I know, and that's just hard. It's hard, but sometimes you can see, like, it might be a rumor, but you're like, okay, I can kind of see how that would be true. I just always try to be so careful, Plus, I don't want to like spread anything around that isn't true. Yeah, I do too. Try to forward to at night now. Yeah. and TBI, but a lot of times you don't get anything back from them. I mean, I never got anything back from them. Not even like, hey, got this, or thanks, or nothing. Um, James Cooper says, not that I believe that Sebastian was hit by a car, just another lie. Well, and that's true. I mean, it just kind of reminded me of that, but it doesn't mean that it is that. Um, but yeah, it's odd, you know. Thank you, Rogue. That's what I'm talking about. Scranton. Sasha Johnson, we don't know, but what she claims, or CP claimed, it was to show he ate all his food, right? But then I also heard that it was because he put dressing on the salad. I heard that too, right? I don't know where that came from also. Yeah, and see, I heard that too. I heard he never eats salad dressing. So I think he had a salmon salad. But then and he put dressing on it, and then they took a picture to show that he had it on there. They did not look like salad. It didn't look like salad. Right. I agree with that he was eating. IDK, WTF they're talking about. I know it didn't look like a salad either, but it looked like a bowl that it came in. It did look, just based on the plates and stuff, because I did look at the Texas Roadhouse and the plates and stuff. And Adam Forever 21 says, out dating instead of consoling his wife, and a camper is so weird it's getting. Well, I know, or like maybe that's why they never went on like a family vacation in the camper, was because that was his like little bachelor pad, which is it's so weird. It's so weird. Right, exactly, Starflower. Exactly, not your idea of a good time. Well, and I just don't like that kind of sadistic, sadomasochistic stuff. Like, to me, that's scary. And that's like the beginning of like, I mean, it's a big red flag. And I'm not shaming anybody, you know what I mean? Because like you said, it was like, they tried it early on, right? Just a kiss, and like, oh boy, and it's scary as hell. It really is. It's just one of those things that gives me the heebie-jeebies. And Carrie says, Mama Bear, that is the truth. That's why they want us to forget about them and Sebastian, but it will never happen. They underestimated Seth and the power of the internet. I believe that too. I believe that. I really do, because I don't think that they really thought that we were going to he was going to catch our hearts the way he did. And he did. He just did. There's no two ways about it. And then also, I mean, even the news outlets and everybody wanting to cover Sebastian, and still people are interested in talking about him. Just still. We aren't ever giving up on Sebastian and Seth is right, Starflower. Thank you, Rogue. Wilma Sharon says, maybe they have an open relationship, CP. I think they do. I think they do, Wilma Sharon. And I don't fault people for that. If that's the kind of thing they like to do, that's all right. But I think that it does kind of take away when you have kids and stuff. Then again, I mean, Katie was in a position where she had a good dad for her son, and he was going over on the weekends and spending time with his dad. So maybe that's what they did in their free time. When Sebastian wasn't there, they would do that. And I mean, they're adults. They're adults and can do what they want. Yeah, James, I didn't know. Yeah, it's just the plate that got me, but I did not see a salad in front of Sebastian. He says, and seen the video plenty of times, that I don't think I would have missed it. Yeah, it was just in that big bowl, and that's the only reason I thought maybe he had a salmon salad, because that is on the menu. And then Katie's like, hey, he had a salad. But then I was thinking, well, maybe there was a part that we didn't see where he got a side salad to start, or something like that. And Mama Bear says, Miss Machete, I think taking pictures of the Texas Roadhouse was part of documenting the whole day, starting with FaceTime family for visual and digital trail to make it appear Sebastian was happy and loved his family. That is a strong possibility, Mama Bear. I can see that definitely. And Scranton Strangler says, lady, yellow jacket guy, and this spitting girl did a weird spin, hand over mouth and locked eyes. That's not nothing in my opinion. I agree. I never was looking at that lady in the pink until I saw Hindsight's video, and I definitely noticed that, that weird interaction. It was definitely odd, and like they were signaling each other or possibly talking on like, some kind of a device between each other, like that was concealed somehow, in my opinion. And Carrie Starr says he wasn't hit by a car, but they could be saying things like that as a cover story for injuries to body when he is found. Well, that's true too. And just like the thud, Carrie. So, that would look like, okay, well, she heard the thud. Well, maybe he fell and hit his head because maybe they hit him in the head. It could be a logical explanation, just as an example, in my opinion. I sure hope not, though. Yeah, Miss Bichetti says, right, James, nothing looked like a salad to me. Also, he hadn't finished his plate for that. Yeah, he hadn't finished his plate. Yes. Yeah. Sasha Johnson, I forgot to make that point. Well, that's true. That is true. Yes, Yellow Jacket, I could see as a pedo, not judging, just my opinion. He does look a little pedorific, doesn't he? No offense against that guy, but he did look odd to me. I mean, I always thought he was odd looking. I mean, obviously he's wearing bright yellow. He's not hard to miss. But then I never noticed that he had anything on his phone like I think he does, Um, Thank you, Detroit. I wasn't sure if Crafts and Pates is still in here. Thank you for coming forward and trusting us to be able to share your story. I hope it helps that you have a safe place to talk about it. Sending you hugs and prayers. Thanks, Detroit. And I second that too. I appreciate when people feel comfortable in here, and then also, to make sure that people understand where you're coming from, because you're the one that went out with him allegedly. And I think it's important that we kind of know more about what other people have to say, because we haven't heard a lot, right? And the reason why I think we haven't heard a lot is because I think people are scared to death to come forward, and say it. And I think that we need people to, though, even though it's hard, because we just never know what can help solve this. Um, Miss Machete says, or I'm sorry, Mama Bear says to Miss Machete, as we all know, Chris made a point to tell Sebastian, um, to tell us that Sebastian ate his dinner when on panel, and I think it was super premeditated and carefully planned. I believe so too. I do believe that. It's hard for me to get on board with the snap, but I do believe that it might be snap too. I just can't discount it. Right. Yeah, that's true, Polly's cookies. And then it's good to keep that in mind too. But I think that, Crafts and Paints is very believable. I do. I do. But I also, want to make sure that we respect, the other parties, who it's alleged against, because, or party, well, not parties, party. Um, just for the sake of, because and I understand, Paints, too, if you're still in here, why you wouldn't want to share that proof. And I think it's probably better that you keep it close, and send it to Dog. That way they have it, they can investigate it, and maybe law enforcement will take a second look into it as well. And Scranton says, if something happened with me and Mr. Strangler, I would not even try to meet anyone for a serious relationship, at least till my kids are grown. Maybe never. I know, it's so hard, Scranton. It's so hard. And even like when you don't have any little kids in the house, it's still, protecting yourself, and it's, oh gosh. I'm glad you met Mr. Strangler. That's awesome. um Not to be confused with the one we're talking about tonight. KJ Maxx says swingers rumors are often started by cheating spouse to cover their tracks. Oh, true that, KJ Mac. True that. True, 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 true. And some people will come up and tell you about your ex's extracurricular activities. I know that happened to me. So, um, people sometimes are happy to kind of tell you about stuff that you don't want to know about. You're like, that's not my business anymore. Thank you, though. Now I can't get that visual out of my head. Um, Starflower says, I met another guy who I'm crazy about. He's the polar opposite of the Joker. Good, Starflower. He's a gentleman and so gentle and caring. Aw, he's also knows what self-reflection is. And see, that's important, especially as we get older, right? Because like when we're younger, we understand why, both parties can be a little bit immature, obviously immature, but, and maybe, not understanding of the way that kind of world works. But yeah, if you can meet someone who is a gentleman, oh, that's wonderful. A gentle, caring person is another, um, wonderful, wonderful trait and quality. And also self-reflection is the biggest one, because that's how long-lasting relationships are gonna continue, is if both people know how to look introspectively and then also be able to come together, and that's how to find the common ground, middle ground too is. Um, yeah, Adam Forever 21. I believe that Laura Lodge is a threat. Well, he can't even handle the fact that he's on a dang, silly show. Maybe he didn't want him to win $300. And allegedly innocent. Hey, allegedly innocent. Good to see you. It says, but there are pedos and sociopaths who look for prey through the SEX, yes, clubs, yes, to get access to the kids. So swinging might have given SO access to getting to know Sebastian. Well, that is a very good point. That is a very, very, very good point. You never know how far somebody's fetish goes to. And I'm not talking about like child sex abuse is not a fetish. But yeah, where they prey on people and like, yes, I completely understand where you're coming from. So that is definitely something to consider. Especially if it was like they were inviting people to the house and things like that, because some people aren't worried about keeping things like that discreet, and they're very outward with it depending on the people. So that's very true. Or it was somebody that had been at the house before when Sebastian wasn't there, but then noticed that there was a kid living there and saw a picture. And you're very right. That is so right. So thank you for that comment, because that's definitely something to consider and keep in mind. Miss Machete says, yes, Mama Bear, that's the one I remember. And it made no sense, because when KP took the picture, his plate was still full of food. Then I heard somebody saying one of them said salad dressing, but I didn't. Well, and see, I heard about the salad dressing too. Thanks, James. Me too. She seemed smug in the last interview, but Chris seemed really depressed. He did. Yeah. Chris was very serious in his last interview, and not like, how we're used to kind of seeing in him. And Carrie says, my dad was the happiest, nicest guy in the world, even when drinking beer and wasted. However, if he drinks whiskey, that's the only time I've ever seen him with an attitude. Well, and that's such a good point too, Carrie, because a lot of people, like, depending on the alcoholic beverage that they are consuming, it's just like something in, I don't know, the spirits or something. And I'm not talking about like supernatural ones, but it's true. Um, and maybe there's just a certain type of alcohol that doesn't agree with him too. I mean, so, um, oh, Deception Detective stopped covering the case. Really, Scranton? I didn't know that. Since Sebastian went missing, I've heard CP has had a hard time keeping a job. Karma is tough. Yeah, I've heard that too. It seems like he moves around a lot. He really does. Allegedly innocent. Welcome, friend. Hey, Jude. And Detroit Rock City says Polly's Cookies. Then the story about KP partying with the younger neighbors and the supposed affair with a neighbor. People are talking allegedly, in my opinion. Yeah, I did hear about both of those. And I know allegedly, it's the neighbor and their friends on Facebook allegedly, and but I don't know about the younger guy. I know I did get an email. I did see something pop through the screen about the guy. KJ Maxx says, amen, allegedly innocent. That was such a good comment. You know what I mean? Just such a good comment. And James says, yeah, still, or you can still can't get over how she always looked up when talking about Sebastian. Wonder if she's realized she was doing that, or if it was a sign of her guilt. Yeah, she was looking straight up. And I know, when I refer to my loved ones who have passed, I look up. So that was weird. I don't think so. Granny said earlier that he stopped because of all the backlash. Oh, okay. I gotcha, Scranton. Okay. Well, that's too bad. He did a good job. It looked like mac and cheese to me. And see, that's what I always thought it was, Detroit, was pasta. Because it's in a big bowl. It was in like a big bowl. But I didn't know that he liked salad until Katie had said he had salad dressing on there. Because I never heard them saying that he would eat salads and stuff. And who would eat salad like dry? Usually, like, most kids like ranch. You know what I mean? Like, most little kids are like ranch. But you missed the part I said. If he was hit by a car, that CP was behind the wheel then. Yeah, well, no, I was thinking the same thing because of Hey Island, because of what they were alleged to have done to Nina, like run her over and stuff. Mama Bear said, yes, there was no released footage from the cameras at the bowling alley. They didn't bowl, just played arcade games. Right. Seth saw a video from there and said he didn't look like the usual happy self. Oh. See, maybe that's why they didn't show it. And then he went to the roadhouse and he didn't look happy there. He was going like this, holding his ears. He had his hand in his pocket. He was slumped over eating. I mean, there was a lot. Ugh. So no wonder they didn't want to add insult to injury by showing us that. Island says, good evening, everyone. In my opinion, this is very important that LE questions CP again. CP stating his son died after he went missing is very sus. Sebastian's neck bruise and KP's demeanor seemed like to be being controlled. Well, and that's what is so shocking to me too, Island, because I'm thinking, why would he be saying that beforehand? It's bad enough that he's saying it after, right? Because but I was chalking it up to maybe maybe it was because he was assuming that Sebastian was no longer with us or something, excuse for that. But beforehand, really odd, really concerning. That's right, Scranton. He did not say it. Chris did not say anything about dressing on his salad. He said ate all his food. Yeah, that is fudged. It is fudged, Sasha. Hey, Sandy. Sandy says, wasn't the pic with the yellow jacket man was looking at on his phone in the video? Yes, it was. It was. In my opinion, Sandy, it was. Thank you, Hey Jude. Thank you so much. Adam Forever 21 says maybe Yellow Jacket guy was Chris spying on her and it hit the fan at home. Well, I thought there was a guy that was sitting over at the bar that looked a lot like Chris. I really do. I think there was a guy that looked just like him. Thanks, Hey Jude, for dropping my email. Not vacation, but they traveled all over countryside after Sebastian went missing. Well, that's true. They, and I don't know if it was vacations. Well, it kind of seemed like vacation locations, right? KJ Maxx says several friends who have husbands who work away and live in campers can guess what happened. Infidelity. It's rampant and good tech skills uncovered it each time. Well, it's just like our friend Crystal. The week before she passed away, she was looking into her husband's emails and things like that, and he was on 3 different websites for dating: eHarmony, Match.com, and plentyoffish.com. 2 of those sites are paid sites. So, you figure if I go on a paid site, I'm more likely to find somebody that's more serious, right? Because why would they pay? But, oh gosh. Yes, he was rogue. BTK is the scariest one for me. Like, he's one of my all-time scary guys, because he was really creepy, stalkery, and loved to hurt, definite sadomasochist, yeah. And allegedly innocent says the trolls seem to do that. They look for small creators and they're getting good growth and present a good show, and then they try to upset them and confuse them. Yeah, I felt very distracted for a while about things, and it was getting frustrating because it was like, um, yeah, Jude says 100%. So thank you for saying that, because it is, I felt like so distracted, like I'm paying attention more to this other crap that doesn't matter and really I don't care about. But then it was like, what about Sebastian? What about Crystal? What about the people that I want to talk about? I wasn't giving them the right time because I was too busy dealing with the other stuff. So yeah, I appreciate that. And even when I talked to the FBI cyber stalking division, they were like, "Oh, yeah, that's just trolls. That's all they do. They just troll on people and lie and dox them." That's what they told me. And they were like so versed in it. And I was like, "Really? So you know all about this then?" I was kind of surprised. Because yeah, they used the word trolls too. And they were like, "Oh, those are just trolls. That's what they do. But make sure you get us all the information." And oh gosh. Um, yeah, they need to question him again for sure. Yeah, it is. Fantasizing about hurting someone else is so awful. Um, oh, that's a good question, Detroit. Was it a date in Tennessee? Okay, allegedly innocent. I will immediately block. Yeah, don't even comment. See, I haven't, not one comment, because they tag me. They would be tagging me and stuff, and so I just had to block all the tags, and now I don't even see it anymore. So thank you so much. Um, move on another. I know, and that's so sad. That's what I was saying the other day to someone. I was like, what's really sad is I don't want them to do it to me anymore. But once they stop doing it to me, they're just gonna find someone else to do it to. So I was like, oh my gosh, what a mess. Um, I'm sorry, allegedly innocent. It is awful. Yeah, if I just block, right? Okay. Yeah, because I mean, I just feel so bad because I know people that just go through it, and it's like vultures. Um, I just feel bad because I don't wish that on anybody either, especially just the level of it, like using my first name, which I mean, I've used it on here before too, but it's just like, I just thought that was like a known thing that we didn't do that, right? That's like we also have screen names, and I don't know. It's been a weird situation. Um, and I knew I'd get like hate once I went live and stuff. Like I tried to prepare everybody in my life for that, but I didn't realize like the level of hatred either. So I'm quite taken back by the level of hatred. Um, Yeah, yeah. Sasha says, I'm concerned about these people have a New Mexico, California, and Memphis, Nashville, because trafficking is the other theory. Absolutely, 100%. It's either very simple or extremely complicated. I agree with that, Sasha. And I just did a screenshot of the missing poster of Sebastian, and it's all in Spanish, and I need to get that up on my community page, and to my Facebook and stuff like that. I completely forgot about that. it's important to get it to as many people as possible. And I really like seeing that Spanish version in there. And Island says, Mama, in my opinion, is it's important that they do pull him in for questioning due to Kraft's statements. I agree. I agree. And just why would you say something like this? Did this happen? I'm so glad she has the information of their initial conversations or their chat. I don't know how that particular site works, but just their interactions and stuff. James said that's why CP has said it one of the interviews that it's only what it's only what it is, and wish that it was more, but it's not. Kind of saying um, don't bother looking because you're not gonna find someone that's not there. I think it is what you're trying to say, James. I keep telling some of the creators to stop responding to the drama channels because they're feeding the beast by responding. It's true, Starflower. That is true. That is true. Because, it's like trying to yell at a brick wall. The brick wall's not yelling back at you, so you kind of get sick of it, right? And turn around and, hopefully, I don't know. I don't know. And the hand gesture too with yellow jacket and the pink shirt. Exactly. And how when the yellow jacket came in too, Carrie, he was like standing over by Katie's car is where he kept walking until he got there and he stopped in front of her car. And I'm like, oh gosh, that was weird too. And they were just hanging around. I think all the people that like were at the Roadhouse that didn't eat or have like at least one drink at the bar and sit at the bar and have a martini or like a whatever, like old fashioned, something like that, but nothing. And then it was like, I think those people should be the ones being looked at just to make sure, that it's nothing. And Polly's Cookie says, Carrie, good point. To explain how excessive injuries are present makes complete sense, but how horrible that you made be spot on. I know. Ugh. Oh, okay. You're thinking Adam Forever 21's thinking that maybe it could be, something where we're getting baited. I would I hate to say it, but golly. I mean, well, and that's another reason too. I want to be really cautious. For many reasons, but I don't ever want anybody to think they're not believed, especially if it's true. So it's just so hard. But I appreciate your comment, of course. And um, we're all going to have a different perspective on it. And yes, Starflower says gray rock. Yeah, it's the only way because they will twist anything you keep drama alive. Like if you go over there and like, no, that's not true. They're going to be like, yes, it is. And then you're going to be like, no, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yeah, no, I'm not interested because it does. It's a distraction. Um, Detroit Rock City says, Miss Machete, they left pretty quickly and didn't take any food with them, in my opinion. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I do believe Kraft, because narcs love dating sites. They need the validation. Right. Yes. They like it because they get like constant supply, right? Because there's like always somebody, ding, I like you. Ooh, ding, you're cute. Hey, baby, whatever it is. They do like that. Okay, yes, hey Jude, thank you, thank you. Rogue says that has been in the back of my mind. I am not dumb. Adam Forever 21. That makes it even more demented. I know, and see, maybe that's why I didn't let my brain go all the way there. Adam Forever 21. That's funny because I'm like, oh gosh, it can't be. But you never know, though. You just never know. Sasha says, I'm not fat enough. I've lost a lot of weight since Sebastian's. Oh, Amber Alert went out. Oh my gosh, Sasha. Um, Vu, Rogers, Soto, Strain, Harris. These cases are really tough. Yeah, they are. Riley's was really tough for me just because he was, from the same town. And then he was supposed to graduate when my daughter graduated college that May. he was graduating that May. My daughter was dating a guy that was up in the fraternity. Um, Not the same one, but same. Yeah, it was just hard. It was hard. Jen Soto. Um, I cannot stand that woman, because Maddie, what happened to Maddie? I can't even hardly, that case really hurts. Um, I'm glad that they were able to find Caleb. His family is such a nice family, in my opinion, from what I saw. And then little Elijah Vu, my gosh, poor little guy. Just a beautiful little kid and enduring such horrific things and telling him to get, um, yeah, Rogue. I think they need a dating site where they will ensure people that like other people aren't married, right? Like they need they need to check like the state registry and like if you have a marriage license, then you're not allowed on the site because it's like weird, right? Like you don't want to meet somebody that's married and hurt somebody or they have kids and break up a family and you didn't even know it, and stuff like that because all it takes is for somebody to do that and then the other person finds out and then they're like, okay, I don't want to, be with you anymore. And they have like 4 kids together or something, that's no good. Um, so there's just so many reasons why it's a bad idea. Um, and Mama Bear says, I agree. But without mentioning a certain creator's name, I believe she's used or uses the hate channel attacks and talking about what they say for views and money. Yeah, I think there's a lot of that going on, Mama Bear. I do. I do. For more than one, for sure. Um, and James says, I believe, oh, Adam Forever 21 says BS, calls BS. And James says, I believe that the story that's Crafting and Paints has said and not made up because I remember hearing something about the date months ago on a creator's channel, but did not know if it was true or not. But after, can't remember the creator that let out about the date CP had went on, but remember hearing something about it. Plus, I could not see someone making it up and have to watch her back from CP. Well, yeah. It just sounds kind of the same to me. Like what she's saying before and what she's saying now sounds a lot alike. So it sounds like her stories stayed consistent, which I always kind of look for that first off. Scranton says Chris, Chris, I can never say it, Chris, did not, or did that to the Lore Lodge because Aiden thinks CP is sus, in my opinion. I do too. And I think he's scared to talk to him. I wish he would just go on the show. I really, really do. Yeah, and I would look into it more. I do think it's something to look more into, but I understand why they wouldn't want to send the receipt right over. You know what I mean? Just because, and I was only asking so that way we could get a good context, right? Um, and that way we could know either way. But I understand. Yes, any kind of child abuse is a sickness. Sandy is right. Sandy is absolutely right. Yeah, sorry that I pop it up. Hey Jude. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness, I'm a mess up here. But yes, please, abbreviations, guys. I always forget. I got so excited about that. I'm like, that's a good one, and put it up right up there. Yes, but we do have to be careful on here, unfortunately. I wish we could just say it. Um, Carrie Starr says she told this salad dressing story to the member of the EquiSearch. Oh, okay. But see, why wouldn't they just put that picture out then? Like, was it him like actually taking a bite? Or I mean that's oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, of course you're dateable, Mama Bear. Don't feel like that. You never know. You don't know, who you might meet, but then just be careful. That's the scariest part is that it's so hard to know. And then, of course, as we get older, it's like we all have more and more baggage as we get older. Some of us maybe don't, but I mean, a lot of us do. And whether it's emotional, whether you could see it, whether you can't. So don't ever feel not dateable. No, don't ever feel that way. Um, you know, go on there confident and say, you know, look out, because you guys ain't seen nothing yet. Hey, Mama of 5, good to see you. Good morning. But yeah, never feel undateable, you know, and always make sure they know that they're getting a prize. And Scranton says in the last CP and KP interview, you have to look close, but CP gulps hard and rolls his eyes when KP is asked how she feels a year later, and KP says she struggles to put into words. Oh, geez, I know she does. Okay, I'll look at that too. I have to redo that interview too, because I tried to just put it up there and not put any snark into it, and then they said that they copyrighted me for it, and they told me they took it down. So I'm like, so you want me to add the snark? Okay, yeah, that's real nice. But you know, maybe I could add some prayer hands and stuff in there. But gulps hard, rolls eyes. Okay, at how she feels a year later. Okay. Well, I was finding it really hard with Holly Thompson because she's always like, "Oh, the positive," and I'm like, "Oh boy." So it was hard, and I didn't want to say anything not nice in it. So yeah, Justin's. Yeah, I remember Adam Forever 21. It was Justin's, I believe. Now she might have been in Smiley's. I went in Smiley's for a little bit today. I didn't say hi. I was just listening to her right before I started working on these other projects. So. It's just so dangerous, guys. Like something could go wrong there and like somebody could get hurt, you know. Carrie says, "Yes, lady, that's what I said." She's talking to Sebastian as if, yeah, he's in heaven. She's only looked to the sky when talking to him in those two new interviews, right? She's like looking up. I noticed that too. It is so strange. And that's when, you know, when we talk about our loved ones up in heaven, you know. Hey, Limelight girl, good to see you. LOL, my son eats salad dry. He does, Limelight girl. That's so funny. Sometimes I'll like say an absolute. You guys are so hilarious. I love that. You guys will be like, well, actually, I always wonder how he doesn't want salad dressing. I drench my. Well, yeah, and I always think little ones like the ranch, you know, because it's kind of like mild. It's not like, you know, so like it's very rare that you see like a kid maybe wanting like balsamic vinaigrette or something, or like raspberry. Well, raspberry vinegar is sweet, so he might like something like that. That's funny that he eats it dry. Gosh, I know. And even if I do like carrots and stuff, like I like carrots and hummus, but like I also like ranch. I'm like a kid. I love ranch. Um, yeah, waiting for the okay to release. Thank you, Rogue. I know we're kind of talking about lots of cheese, Miss Machete. Thank you, Hey Jude, for dropping that link. Scranton says, I think it's BS that we can't see all the Texas Roadhouse. I would love to see, in my opinion, too. I want to see the whole thing. And then what does Nancy Gray say? I want to see it raw and wriggling. I don't think she says wriggling. I think that's what Gollum from Lord of the Rings says, but I certainly do. I would love to see it. Like I would love to see from start to finish, not sped up, just regular speed. Um, James says, in my opinion, she believed he was alive and she could look at the camera talking to him, not up. So looking up, definitely a clue. She knows that what happened and what she did. In my opinion, I can see that. I can see that. You know, hey, Jude likes the drencher salad too. Um, Okay, Janine. Yes, yes. By the way, Janine, Mama Bear says, who rants wildly about officials in Sebastian's case, did same with Summer, is not from Sebastian, Florida. She's from up here, not from where I live in Scranton, PA. She's touched in the head. Well, I noticed that. Whenever I shared her post, there were some ones that I was like, "Oh boy, I don't agree with any of this," and like it was very hate-filled speech that I'm just like, "Oh boy, no, 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 no," you know. But I agree. That's why I kind of did a disclaimer where I was like, look, I'm gonna share this. Um, oh, at 3:30 Central. Thank you for putting that in there, Miss Little Red there. I will be in there. Good night, James. I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you. Mama Bear says there's 3 motives to silence Sebastian. 1, Chris wanting to leave Katie. 2, could have been charged with a felony child abuse. And 3, would get custody of Faith. Well, and I think that even, I think the CPS and custody of Faith are kind of like 2 of mine that I believe. Definitely, definitely. And then I don't think Katie wanted Chris to leave. I think she just wanted things to be happy again. You know what I mean? And I think that they were blaming Sebastian so much. So I can definitely get on with number 1 too, now that I'm thinking about it too. Um because yeah, that makes sense to me. The trolls are organized, allegedly innocent. Oh my goodness. They are like super well, and they're good at making like secondary accounts and then pretending like it's not them when it's like it's clearly you weirdo. Like, don't feed the trolls. It's true, it's true. Oh, that is so true. Thank you, allegedly innocent. Oh my goodness, that is so true. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's so sweet of you. She says, I love your channel. You're putting great content. Oh, thank you. I love the zero drama zone you have going here. Keep it up. Don't get distracted by the nonsense. I'll try not to. I know it's so hard. Thank you. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, thank you. Hey, Jude, for dropping allegedly innocent, guys. I need to go over and see. I'm always caught off guard when great creators come in here and I'm like, I need to go sub up. So that's so sweet. Thank you. Aw. Emotional reactions are a reward for trolls. KJ Mac. So they're trained like dogs to keep coming back, ignore like a mama dog does to her naughty puppies. That's too cute, KJ Mac. That's a good advice. Yeah, Justin is another awesome channel who is non-responsive to the nutters. I agree. Justin is just awesome. I really do love him. He's great. And just, he does he puts out really good content, caring things, no matter what case I've seen him cover. Um he's just always so caring and compassionate, and his chat is another zone that you feel comfortable in. It's not drama. It's nice. I really like it in there. I even bought my second set of pearls. Or I rebought my pearls, however you'd put it. And Island says, allegedly, I just want to thank you for lives that give people a dose of reality and insight in the case and a good word whooping on the parents' inconsistency. Island, that's sweet. Yes. Oh, hey Jude. I'm gonna have, and that's one thing I cannot wait. I was like working on that today, um, and then I got into this show. It's called Next Level Chef, and I was making dinner and then I was watching that, and it was funny because they were grabbing ingredients and it like goes level to level, and I got a little bit into too far into that while I was eating dinner. So usually I'm creating, so hopefully I can get, because I got a little backtracked. Yeah, I think classic silencing because of SA health issues and not being exposed, or and excuse me, and being exposed, and money, in my opinion. I think those are valid, Sasha. I do. I do. Oh, hey Jude, thank you for gifting a membership. If you got a membership from Hey Jude, make sure you say thank you and welcome to the Lady Freebirds or the Dragon Tribe. Because I know, that's what's so hard, guys. I don't want to call we have guys that come in here and Allegedly, Nissa says, yes, Sasha, I would agree about the silencing. We have a lot of guys that come in here, so I don't want to be calling, our Napa Noche father or James or our friend Joseph Rapp. I don't want to call them, or our Forrest, our friend Forrest. I don't want to call them the ladies because, so I was looking for some. I like Dragon Tribe, though, because, um, Detroit Rock City says CP was at the very end of the bar. You can see him with when the pink sweater girl gets up. It's very quick, but I swear it looks like him. That's the one. That's the one that I saw too, right at the end of the bar there. See, Detroit. Mm-hmm. That's the one that I saw that was like a Chris Proudfoot doppelganger, but I wasn't sure. It is so boring, Hey Jude. It's so boring, the drama. It's so boring. And there's so many kids out there that need to be talked about, right? And there's so many comparisons. We can do so much just in the cases of the kids that are still out there, like even Harmony. Thank you, Forever 20, or Adam Forever 21. Thank you. Aw, so sweet. That is so sweet of you. Thank you. Aw, you guys. Chris, Peter Chris. Aw. I'm gonna have to check out Peter Chris. See, you guys got me writing down. I gotta see that Pablo guy too. I'm excited about seeing him. Aw, thanks, Allegedly Innocent. Oh, Lori, I hope your doggy's okay. I feel so bad. I hate when they get sick. They can't tell you, like, this is what's bothering me. Poor little things. Um, mm, no way, Scranton. Is he really trying to pull that crap? Oh, man. He is just a sick, sick puppy. I'll tell you what, that Steven Stearns guy really gets my goat. And the mom, the Jen Soto, she's another one. Oh, I really, really wish they would go on the Deception Detective too. Yeah, or Deception Detection too. Well, see, Lori, that's exactly what Adam Forever 21 was saying too. Yes, yes, and trying to troll. I could see that. I think it was a family affair of four involved. Well, with getting rid of Sebastian and Sister Group effort. I think there had to have been at least four people, at least four, possibly five, but well, we're so glad you're here, Rogue. I know, wouldn't it be crazy, Scranton? See, and I'm like, maybe, I don't know, maybe, could be. I mean, and because I hate to not believe somebody, but I also want to, if we're going to talk really in depth about it, I'd like to get some sort of confirmation, even if I don't share it with you guys, if I say, hey, I got confirmation. Um, but my email's always out there, guys. So if you wanted to email me something, um, you know, and I know it's hard for me to get them every single day. I truly think one of the cracks in the case, it will be CP and not KP. He is losing his confidence already, as we saw in the 1-year anniversary interviews. I mean, he was definitely calm, right? But that's a great point, You just never know. Anyone who hasn't seen the Detroit Rock City movie must watch it. It's awesome. Thanks for another look. I think it's him. Worth a closer look. Yeah, yeah. Well, most definitely. Most definitely. Um, red flags. Yes. No one mentioned CP's biological father. He drives a semi. He may be retired. I don't know. The only time I've heard about him is when Nina said that he was watching the kids for her kids, because Faith wasn't allowed to go over there or something. Yes, Adam Forever 21. Hey Jude, drop the oh there we go. Dropped the link. So oh there we go. Thank you. Hey Jude, thank you. I was gonna say sometimes it's hard to go all the way up in chat and find it. I watched Martin Decoder and he was talking about Watts and I thought of you. So much similarities with Watts and KP. Interesting. Oh my God, I was blown away by that. But Lauren on Lauren on Facebook. I mean, I couldn't believe it. And then I was even thinking to maybe even piggyback on some of them. If I would have had some more time to do it, I would have. I mean, there were so many. I couldn't believe it. When you guys told me about it, I was like, wow. Really, really smart. Oh, I adore the Olive Garden dressing too. Yes, yes. I used to love going for the soup salad and breadstick lunch all the time, because it was really affordable and good. And um, oh. Well, hey, there's nothing wrong with that, Miss Mama Bear. And um, you just never know when you're going to meet that right person. You just don't. You just don't, And unfortunately, sometimes we don't know when we're going to meet the wrong person. Um, yeah, that it was weird that they were whispering a lot too. Hey Jude, I'm a blue cheese weirdo. That's not weird. That is not weird at all. But I don't know. I don't know. I think they were probably just nervous as hell. I was just wondering because they were really sweaty. Well, mostly Katie was real sweaty. Um, Aw, Detroit Rock City is my daughter's favorite movie. We watched it again not that long ago, and I laughed just as hard as the first time, especially when they put shrooms on the freeze pizza. Detroit. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's funny. Hope nobody picks a hybrid snack. Look, da 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 da. I want to see who's sitting to Katie's right and back. She makes prolonged eye contact and smiles in a sinister way at someone. I agree. And yeah, she looked over. See, in hindsight's video, it's right when the yellow jacket was on the other side of the bar. So I was thinking that she was looking over at him, but then who is she looking when she looks over the other side and she smiles? That is weird, allegedly innocent. That is so weird. Um, WSMV interview. Oh, there you go, Limelight Girl. My son eats ranches dip before chicken strips, but not on his salad. My son is so weird. Aw, he's a little cutie pie. Entire world. He makes me smile. Aw, I can tell. That's so cute though. He's like, I don't want it on my salad. I don't want it. I love it. And tell him he proved Lady Freedom wrong. Make sure he knows. Be like, she was saying nobody ever does. Nobody ever does that, but which it's healthier that way. Like, I wish that I liked my salad like that, but I too like to put dressing on it. I mean, no doubt. Um, and Debutante says, you mentioned BTK. I grew up in the same town. Oh gosh, people were convinced he was following me, and I had multiple encounters when I moved to show up at. When I moved, he showed up my door twice. Oh my gosh, scary to imagine God was watching over me. Amen. Oh my gosh, girl, that's so scary. Ooh, and Dennis Rader, he was like he was like a pillar in his community. And like even his daughter will say, like, hey, I had no like my dad was just a regular dad, and then he was doing all that. Gosh, Debutante, you're so lucky that nothing happened. My Lord. Ugh. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Rogue, he likes hot sauce and everything. That's so cute. See, I like hot sauce on my chicken strips and ranch. Like, it's just, I'll dip both of them. Aw. Miss Machete says my son won't put sauce on anything. Aw. I didn't say that about you. No, no, yeah, to be crass, I gotcha. No, just to be honest, no, I did a disclaimer, Mama Bear, because I was like, I just don't want you guys to think that I'm like agreeing with any of these other things that she's saying. I just wanted that one post because I was curious. So no, I completely no, I understand. Um, right? Salt and everything. Oh yeah, especially when it's hot out and stuff like that. I love having salt and stuff. Scranton says, Limelight girl, I know how you feel. My son is the sweetest thing on earth. Aw, my daughter is the one that has given me all of my grays. Scranton. Oh my goodness, that's cute though. Debbie Chan says, I know, hey Jude, and years later I found his business card in my dad's wallet. Oh my God. He's so stalkery too. Like, there's no, oh my gosh. Ooh, very scary island. Oh my gosh. Oh man. The zombies. Polly's cookies. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, guys. Justin is my favorite pal. Aw, hey Jude. He's so awesome. Oh boy, guys. Well, I better get off here soon here. Just because I need to get that video out. And I'm just gonna do like a sneak peek, but we're also gonna do a deep dive. But I want to put like a little kind of a 15-minute one out. And just kind of get it out to everybody, kind of, some of the similarities and stuff like that, and then go on and push out like a deep dive, because I think it would help. And I know that they're really working hard on Summer's case. I know they're working hard on Sebastian's case, and it would just be a good time to kind of talk about both cases, and find out what all of you guys think about it. Poor little Summer, she's been missing for, it's coming on 4 years now. So definitely, and I know a lot of you all are versed too in her case. And I'm becoming more and more, I was more of kind of watching like Dr. Phil, and then I was kind of watching, like the news interviews. I wasn't on watching on YouTube as much back then. But just some of the similarities that I've been watching lately was just really mind-blowing. So we definitely need to discuss more. And I'm so glad to have all of you in here too. Thank you so much, Allegedly Innocent. And of course, as always, Hey Jude, and all of our mods, Rogue, Debutante. I'm so glad you're still with us. My gosh, girl, you gave me goosebumps over here with that. He's scary to me. Like that guy, like, oh, he's just getting up. I think the worst thing about him was when he got up and he was talking about like his crimes as if it was like, as he was telling us about a trip to the store, right? Like, oh yeah, I went over there and I did this, and it was like, but what he was saying was like the most horrific thing that, what in the world, and how terrified those people must have been. Absolutely. Yeah, really, Debutante. Oh my goodness, I know. The Boy Scouts, he did. He was in Sunday school, Boy Scouts. He did. Um, it's just crazy. It's just crazy, the access he had to the community, and how many community members trusted him. Just absolutely crazy. Aw, thank you, Island. I don't think I've ever seen a higher reward offered for a missing child before. It's so true. So true, Limelight Girl. I know it. It's crazy. And no one's budging, and people are still afraid to even come forward and say anything. It's amazing. All right, guys. Well, I love you all so much. Have a great rest of your day today, and I will see you all tonight, later on tonight. And hopefully I'll have that video out really, really fast too. Yes, thank you, Hey Jude. So that way we can get the ball rolling. And then of course, I'm gonna start reading for our next chapters too. So lots and lots to come. All right, guys. All of you take care. Stay safe out there. And don't try to date Chris Proudfoot on the dating websites. No, I'm just playing with you. I'm just kidding. All right. Good night, guys.